when I first got started, I mean, look, if you're completely broke and your net worth is negative, well then it's worth the risk of 100% leverage. But you know, when I first learned about the cash flow quadrant and this idea of being an investor, then my obsession, like my brain was thinking 95% passive focus, and then I'm like, all right, well then I'm just 5% active. Because I thought, well, if I want money coming in from businesses that I own, from rental properties, then I just need to buy passive. So then I think, well, how do I buy passive when I don't have a lot of money? Well, I get loans. So that's the natural thought process that people have. And let me flip that for you and tell you how you should be thinking. You should be thinking 95% active and only 5% passive, because nothing will buy passive investments faster than making $3 million, $4 million, $5 million bucks a year active and living off of 20% of what you make. Learn to make $1 million a year. You know, yeah, right now, if you're making 200 grand a year, you're only seeing a pathway over a very long time of passive accumulation of assets. Or you're like, okay, well, I'll buy one house and it's going to bring in $500 a month, and then after 10 years, I'll have enough for a second house. Right? If you want your passive to buy more passive. Or I'm going to buy 10 houses with $10,000 down a piece and let all of them go up in value and buy more. Right? Again, a lot of risk with that, because all it takes is you getting a cancer diagnosis and you have all these highly leveraged properties, because Kyle can't, you know, I guarantee you Kyle's going to struggle to cover. He's got $7 grand a month positive cash flow, so he's probably got $15,000 to $18,000 a month in mortgages on that portfolio. He's one job loss away from not being able to pay the mortgages, and now he loses that $1 million in equity too. Because he's got 70%, there's still 30% on the table. You lose the equity as well. No. I'm saying it's better to learn to make a lot of money and then you can hold long term with cash. I'm just saying that there's a risk price that you pay by trying to take on a bunch of debt. That's why I want you to think about risk in all aspects of their life. Don't oversimplify it, because then that could cause you to make different decisions. Because, for example, if all you have is $100,000 this weekend, like you're like, I got 100 grand in a 401k. I'm giving you advice that's not in my best financial interest. Don't buy a house. Buy a class and learn how to do mobile home flipping. And be like Pastor John and go make $18,000 3 months from now and do it again over the next 3 months. Is that what John's doing? Active. And now John knows how to make money that he's never made in his whole 40 years as a pastor. And by changing your active income, then you're introducing a way to accumulate passive investments over time. Every month someone says to me, Aaron, why don't you just keep all the houses? Why don't you just get a loan and keep all the houses that you buy? Because I'm not comfortable with that profile in my overall net worth. I'm not comfortable with going to Huntington Bank and saying, I can find 50 houses a month that I would like to keep. I want to keep 600 houses a year, highly leveraged. Ooh. I don't like that. 35, and then keep 5 to 7 free and clear, because that's what I'm doing now. And that's how I got to 300 properties free and clear. They say don't take advice from someone unless you would trade places with them. Rental portfolios with me. Okay? You obviously don't want to go to my marriage seminar because you don't want to trade places. But right? Never have a fat trainer at the gym. There's my bro. There's this one trainer at our gym in Idaho, and I'm like, why are people working with her? That's so mean. Don't tell Megan I said that. She's friends with her. Like, seriously, if I wouldn't trade places with you, why would I want your advice? If you have a financial advisor, go to them this week and say, I want you to fill out a statement of all the money that you've made in the last year and your net worth and your assets and your allocation, like you made me fill out for you, because I want to know if I should be taking your advice. Right? If you're not thinking about it that way, real big facts, real things you should be thinking about. You're here at my offices, meeting my employees, looking at my properties, meeting my partners. I'm so not worried about keeping some fake narrative about what I do and what I have. I guarantee your financial advisor, if he says no, drop him. Forget about him. Because he's just making money off of commissions of having your money under management. That's my 2 cents. I'm not a licensed attorney. I'm not a CPA. Okay? I'm not a fiduciary. I only have an MBA. It's worthless. So you'll just get a stream of 2 cents from me all weekend. That's all it's worth. That's all it's worth. But maybe it makes you think about some things in a way that you haven't before. That's why I self-described as a teacher. But that should be your focus, is how do I make more money active? Because when you learn how to make a 7-figure income active, completely changes your ability to buy passive. Because if you won the Powerball tomorrow, you win the $100 million Powerball, you'd probably take 50, 60 mil and buy properties. You wouldn't be worried about getting mortgages on 10 houses. It's like putting a new cushion on your rowboat. Figure out how to buy a yacht. Okay? I know that what you have is all you have right now. So especially those of you that are very analytical, you'll create a spreadsheet showing how that $100,000 could buy 10 properties, and over 20 years it'll build up equity and pay the principal down and be this beautiful spreadsheet pro forma. Except that there's no asterisk for cancer. Right? That doesn't exist. Now, I was mentioning yesterday, when I first wanted to get into real estate, my dad was a hard money lender, and I went to him first and said, Dad, could you loan me some money? I'm getting into real estate, and he wouldn't loan me money. But when I bought that duplex, I ran the duplex by him, and then after I made the $50,000, I'm like, hey, Dad, what's up? Now I have 50 grand from a real estate deal, and he's like, Aaron, you lived in it. You didn't run a cost-benefit analysis. You didn't look at the after-repair value. You were just trying to get out of the rat race and live for free, like you told me. And then you realized it had gone up in value. Slow clap. That's what you do at the craps table. You didn't invest. You speculated and won. It's not investing. No money. And I'm like, screw him. I got my student loans. And Jeff loaned me money from his own house. Right? So I had like $100,000 in working capital. Another teacher at the high school came to me, and he had been in the district for 30 years. His name was Dick Bundy. That was his real name. And he said, Aaron, I want to invest with you. I'm like, great. I get another 20 grand. So he says, come over to my house in Lake Elsinore. And he had 5 acres in Lake Elsinore that he had bought in the 1960s. And then he put an 8-foot fence around the whole property, and right in the middle was a double wide. 5 acres. And the whole 5 acres was full of stuff. He was a hoarder. Like, it wasn't junk, it was just weird. Like, he had a giant spool of copper. Like, he just had the most random things. There was like an old 1980 240 diesel on blocks. Like, it was super cool. Like, and then when you went into his house, it was like 1,000 stacks of National Geographics. And there was like a path to the kitchen, a path to the bathroom. So then I get there, I'm like, maybe 5,000. But in our school district, if you had a PhD and 20 years in our district, you were making $8,000 a month. And that's what your pension would be too, once you got to like 25 years in the district. It wasn't bad. And Dick lived off of $2,000 a month, it would be a lot. And just like he hoarded stuff, he hoarded cash. So we sit down, we start talking. He says, I want to invest. I watched you flip that duplex. I've been watching you on the 7-plex. You know, all the coaches, we eat together every day. You come in at lunch and you talk about real. He's like, you know, some of those other coaches are not your friends. They're waiting for you to lose money. I was like, yeah, I know they're drinking the haterade. I know what's up. I could feel it. You feel it. Can I tell you, from one investor to another, don't run your dreams by the Chicken Littles in your life. They will lift their leg on your dream. They will. My poor little Chihuahua, my Frenchie, she goes out to go potty in the yard. The Frenchie runs out to lift his leg on her every time. To remind her that he's the alpha. She's like, baby, no! Like, she gets so upset. I'm like, that's just a dog being a dog. Can't get mad at him for that. It's hilarious, too. She's pooping. He's supposed to be watching her 6, and he's peeing on her. Right? Raise your hand if that's not funny. And raise your hand if it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Meg hates that. Baby, no! Like when he does hump on my kids, I think it's hilarious. She loses her mind. They're wrestling on the floor. All of a sudden, Bibey's in the mix. So great. She hates that. So, how did I even get on that? What was I saying? Oh, so I learned really fast that just because someone loves you and is in your life does not mean that they're excited about you making change. You know, hey, I was in Indianapolis and we learned about flipping mobile homes, and you know, we might want to do a park, and what? Mobile homes? Okay. What was it, like Tony Robbins? Did you do a fire walk? Drinking the Kool-Aid out there in Indiana? What are you thinking? I'm telling you. People neg you. They'll neg you. They'll say little insidious comments, and because they love you, it'll get in your head. I learned real quick. You know, talks about in the Bible, right? Cast your pearls before swine, and they will trample it in the mud. You got to keep those pearls sacred. That's why the concept of a tribe is so. You should be making friends here. You have common interests, common values. You're trying to move forward on stuff. And it's always scary at the beginning. What did Bob Marley say? Scary at the beginning and sad at the end. So you got to live in the middle. I love that quote because it is always scary. And here's what's interesting. When I first got started on that first duplex, I was so nervous about it. And my first 7-plex, I was nervous. And my first trailer park, I was nervous. And I had anxiety. And who's the kind of person, like, you don't like to wake up in the middle of the night because you might not be able to go to sleep because you'll start thinking about things? Like, who has it? Man, isn't that the worst? I'll wake up and be like, no, I don't want to go pee because then I won't go back to sleep. Right? Because you just start thinking, and thinking at 3 a.m. is not good. It's not good. Because you're not thinking about positive, happy things. You're like, oh my God. Like, God forbid you're having a bad dream before that. And I thought 21 years ago that when I didn't have any debt, and when I had $100,000 a month coming in passive and $300,000 to $400,000 a month coming in active, that my life would be easier. And it's not. I still have anxiety. What do you think the things that I have anxiety about now are? Employees, man, constantly. Is one of them stealing from me now? Is one of my good ones going to leave? Are they getting what they need out of this? Am I going to let them down? Man, I've never had layoffs. COVID hit. Because I have so little debt, I was like, guys, don't worry, we're good. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're good. And nobody worried. We had Zoom calls. Remember that, Chad? Every week. That was a big thing because people were scared, right, Malou? And so now I feel the pressure of that. Leadership is a backpack that only you can carry. That's why they say it's lonely. And it's heavy. And I feel the weight of that. I feel the weight of 400 families. But but one of the reasons that I haven't ever wanted to sell was because I didn't feel like whoever offered to buy my company would offer the same continuity and compensation that I offer. Because I really literally think of people as lifetime employees. If they leave, they leave. But I'm not going to throw them out unless I catch them stealing. The only people I've ever fired are people that caught stealing from me. 21 years. I may change your job, I may change your compensation, I may keep swapping it around, but I'm gonna figure it out for you. And anxiety never goes away. Fear never goes away. When you're poor, you're afraid of not having anything. When you're rich, you're afraid of losing it and somebody stealing from you or making a mistake. And change is the only constant in our lives. And so once you get used to change and get used to the fact that you'll always have 20% anxiety, then it starts to diminish. Then you start sleep. Then you're able to go back to sleep at night. Because when I was first commuting out to Idaho to see my kids, I had this little apartment with a little Jeep and just a few $100 worth of furniture, and I was always happiest there with my boys, and it made me realize, hey, I could go back to 50 grand a year and be balanced and have full buckets and have my 5Fs still be good. And I know people who have made money, they're like, I don't know how I could live. I couldn't confront everyone at the country club and tell them I'm leaving. I couldn't tell my friends at the poker club that now I'm broke. God, I can't even think of that. But that wouldn't bother me. It'd be kind of cool to start over again. I was talking to, Nicole's been talking to HGTV about doing a show, and A&E hit me up a few years ago. One of their producers who was a client, and they said, hey, Aaron, we want to maybe do a reality show with you. And I was like, nah, I don't know if my private equity guys would love that, right? And they said, if you were to do a show, what would you do? And I said, you know what I think would be a cool show? What if they drop me off in a place that I've never lived? Like, I've never been to Birmingham, okay? So drop me off in Birmingham, or is that how you say it? Birmingham? Birmingham? You pay me a Birmingham. We'll sing that tonight. Birmingham. Some of you are really shitty singers. I love you. Couldn't I be Bon Jovi cover band? Like, I'm still there, right? Me, Trav, and Becca, we don't care, dude. Nicole, I didn't hear you sing last night. Danny, you have a good voice, bro. Oh, that's coming out tonight. And we got into the bourbon, you notice. Danny, we got into your bourbon. We got into that bourbon. That was so good. Like, I gotta buy that now. It's got to be the cask. It gives like a. That gives it the sweetness. Oh, so nice, dude. Because you don't feel the 100 proof until when you have to wake up to run 6 miles the next morning. I walked because I was like, look. What was I saying? Oh, so draw me off in Birmingham with only my credit score, my driver's license. How much money can I make in 12 months? Yeah, they stole my idea. They found someone else. That was my idea like 5 years ago. But he cheated. Because he was like tapping into a friend. No. Has to be, you can't phone a friend. No outside sources of capital, and you can't leave and go home and take a break. So I would be like, homeless shelter the first night. How do I get a bike? How do I get a burner phone? How much can I make it? I guarantee I can make $250,000. The show would only be interesting for 4 months, 5 months. Because once I get a phone, a car, and a couple grand a week, it's done. Like, right, Trav? Easy. And so a gym membership so I can take showers and work out. I need endorphins, man. Like, that's why I've never had to take Xanax or go to a therapist. It's called, well, Well, so when my dad was, talking about catastrophic life events, so my dad finally agreed. Well, I would say the first 15 deals I would talk them through with him, but he still wouldn't give me any money. And while I finished teaching high school, by 2003, I had done 60 flips. Everything from a trailer park to an apartment complex, and I had made about $1.6 million. And I went into the principal at the high school, and I was like, hey, Carl, I can't teach anymore, man. Like, I love these kids. You know, we just lost in the state finals. I have 6 of my volleyball players got full rides. I was coaching at UC Riverside for the women's team as their second assistant. And I just loved it so much, but can't justify the time I'm wasting at the high school because I'm wasting time. And I just made $400,000 this year and made 40 at the high school. He's like, but Aaron, you're only a year away from being vested in the pension. And I was like, yeah, how much will that be? Well, 20 years from now, when you retire, $500 a month. For life. And if you go the 20 years, it'll be like $8,000 a month. I'm like, Carl, I got one rental right now, free and clear, that's bringing in $1,000. Isn't that a pension? Well, it's not the same. I'm like, I know. Now I knew, like, we weren't speaking the same language. And I didn't give him a vote at my decision table. And so I left the high school, but then I got out there and I was like on my own, and it was scary because all my money was invested in 6 more deals, and my wife was going to grad school, and I really didn't have anything to do, so I started playing poker online on Full Tilt Poker every day. And that's when I knew that I could, online I made like 60 grand that year in tournaments. And then I just babysit my deals. And then I started playing live tournaments. And then I was like, you start to see, those of you that have done business, you know that there's 30 different ways you can make 100 grand a year now. And you're not interested in them because you want to make $1 million, right? That's what happens. You're like, yeah, I know I can do that. Right, Doc? Same thing. You're like, yeah, I know I can do that. But what about this? Because then I can always have that as a fallback. And then I started getting nervous that maybe I wouldn't be able to, maybe I just got lucky in real estate, and maybe I was an idiot for leaving the high school, and I should have just been having real estate on the side. I literally started a window washing business just to test to see if I could do another business. I bought a business startup kit for $1,000 where they had a video of how to squeegee a window and what kind of squeegees to buy and what kind of insurance to get. And then the secret sauce of the business startup was a Valpak ad that he's like, this ad, it makes the whole $1,000 worth. I said, why? And he said, because it will return 5 to 1. You spend $1,000 on Valpak, you get $5,000 in work. And I was like, oh. Because I bought all the equipment, including the 1991 Toyota pickup truck, because SoCal, right? I bought all the equipment for $6,000, and I didn't tell my wife because I figured I want to do $10,000 into this window washing business, and that left $4,000 that I could use for Valpak, which would give me how much in jobs? 20 grand. And I'm like, I'll do it myself. I don't have to go to the gym. And poker's not a real job. I need a real business to start. Real estate's not a real. I'm not convinced real estate's a real business yet. Maybe I'm just lucky. I'm gonna start a real business. Be like Pinocchio. Be a real boy. And so I call Valpak, and this is pre-internet, pre-targeted marketing. I said, hey, I'd like to do, I got a coupon. She's like, okay, fax it over. Fax it over. And she said, oh yeah, we've seen this. We got this one. You want it in color? Yes. Okay. And I'd like $4,000 of Valpak ads. And she's like, no, sweetie, it doesn't work that way. You gotta buy a zip code. I'm like, well, what's a small zip code? What's a zip code for Temecula? She's like, oh, Temecula, that's $15,000. And the blood rushed out of my face. That feeling you get when you get called to the principal's office. I'm like, is there anything smaller? She's like, well, yeah, Moreno Valley. I'm like, no one will pay to have their windows washed in Moreno Valley. Screw that. And I'm like, oh, did I ask my wife? You know, because that was like our reserves. I was waiting for flips to close. And I'm like, I'm just going to say yes and figure it out. And it was 100% of our cash reserves. And I bought a $15,000 Valpak ad. And we didn't get 5 times the work. I got 10 times the work. And I called my brother-in-law in Utah. I'm like, get your ass down here, dude. I can't. I'm working 15 hours a day washing windows. And the ad was brilliant because it would be like 2-story house, exterior only, $150. Interior, exterior, 3. Like it, you know, because everything's tract homes in Cali, so it was really easy to be like 1-story house, exterior only, $75. And we got annihilated. And then I had my brother-in-law, and then I took 2 of the Mexicans that were doing construction for me and had them washing windows. And then I had this epiphany because I finished my MBA finally, and said I'm gonna use my MBA. And I sent a letter to corporate Walgreens for all of Southern California and said, because I talked to one of the store managers and he said that they got $200 a month in their budget to wash windows. And so I emailed corporate and said, I'll wash all of your windows for all of the Walgreens for $125 a month. And I picked up all the Walgreens in Southern Cal. And then I went to Blockbuster, which was still a business, and got all of their stores, in Hollywood, and got all of their stores. And then we had this commercial account. I split it off. And I was making $250,000, $25,000, $30,000 a month net profit after paying my guys and after paying insurance. And I saw an easy pathway to having had the skills for a real business to be a real boy. And I sold it, and that dude ran it into the ground over the next 6 months, and it was obsolete. Isn't that interesting? I sold it because I came here. Because I went to my dad and I said, Dad, I'm worried because in Southern California, I can't get better than a 6 cap. It's like 5 cap. I'd have to go into like war zones to get better than 6 cap. And he's like, writing on the wall, you need to leave Southern Cal. And I was like, well, what do you think? And he's like, well, son, I grew up in Indiana. I'm like, hell no. That's what you left when you're 18. You've never been back. That's grandma and grandpa. That's the state fair. No, I ain't going to Indiana. He's like, well, they have 12 cap properties. I'm like, maybe I'll go visit Uncle Bob. So my dad's brother, Uncle Bob, was a contractor, a painter. He worked for, and then my other uncle, Uncle Ken, he hung drywall. And Uncle Bob's son, Buster, he hung drywall, my cousin. So summer of 2004, I fly out here, sit at my grandma's house. The house has been in our family since 1948. Little Flower, 10th and Drexel, east side of Indy. My dad was born in that house, grew up in that house. The house is still in the family. Uncle Bob lives in the house now. I retired him there. Just take care of the garden, pay the tax and insurance. You live there for free, Uncle Bob. Okay, because all he has is Social Security. He never owned a house. Renter his whole life. And my cousin Buster takes care of Uncle Bob. And when Uncle Bob passes, my cousin Christy, who was here cleaning last night for the cocktail party, Christy can take over, and she'll live there. And I think so. We mapped out a plan, and my dad said, "Aaron, I'm now willing to invest with you." I was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, now that I got $1.6 million." He's like, "If you will come to Indianapolis, and if you'll vertically integrate, if you'll set up construction and management, get your broker's license, then I will invest with you." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but I got to do it all? You're not moving here." He's like, no, you don't understand. It'll be my passive and your active. I'm like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "Well, you only got to pay me 10% of my money because it's passive." You know, a lot of people don't know what a good passive return is. That's a real thing. Like, there's a reason people end up investing in Ponzi schemes. Be really nervous of a passive return greater than 15%. If somebody's promising to make you more than 15% a year, start asking questions. Every Ponzi scheme is promising like 5% a month. And people are stupid. They don't know what a good return is. If it's passive, somebody's making that for you. If it's more than 15% a year, get nervous. There's risk or it's fraud. Every month somebody says, Aaron, do you sell flips? Why would I sell flips? I don't need your money. Don't trust the company selling flips. Okay? Now, if you are making less than 15% active income, you're an idiot. If you're making less than 15% a year on your money, you're an idiot. You should be making 50% a year, 100%. You should be making a multiple, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Todd, when you think about your working capital, what kind of return do you make on your business with your own cash? Is it greater than 15%? Hell yeah, because it's not worth it. You put 100 grand in your business, you better be making 300 grand a year. You buy a franchise for $1 million, you better be making 3, 4, 5 million a year. Does that make sense? That's one of the problems with franchises, actually. That's why, has anybody ever bought a franchise? Yeah, no, I've never met, there's 2 things that people never say. That franchise was the best decision I ever did. Said no one ever. Really? You know the other thing those annuities, man, they're just amazing. Said no one ever. Annuities, yeah, laddering annuities. Okay? Knowing, again, just like it's not worth your time to cut your lawn, it's not worth your time to manage your properties, it's not worth your time because the return's too low. If you're, managing your own rentals to make 15% is stupid. Go do flips. Buy commercial property. Start a business. My dad's like, look, son, it's my passive. You're active. You're the one going to Indy. You pay me 10%. I'll match. How much you taking to Indy? I was like, 1.6. He's like, I'll match it. So I was like, ooh, this is interesting. He wants 10%. So what kind of properties do I need to buy? What cap? 10 cap. I just need to buy 10 cap with his 1.6 million. And then I thought, what if I could get 12 cap, 13 cap? Then I could pay him his money, make money off of his money, and then take my money and do flips and make 30%, 40%, 50% of my money. That was my original vision summer of 2004. And he's like, I got a partner that wants to match that as well. I was like, oh, will he take 8%? He's like, no, he wants 10. I'm like, fine. I said, but he needs to ladder down. After a year, it goes to 9. After a year, it goes to 8. And then it stays at 7. Because the more predictable I get at it, then they're like, fine. Because then I figured I'd start Alpine, put all their properties in long-term rentals, 11, 12, 13 cap was my original goal. And then the management company would pay for my employees because I could keep 10% of the rents. And then I could have all flips that I could use to buy rentals for me. That was my vision January 2005 when I started Alpine here. And I got all the money allocated. And it was out. And things were going great. My dad flew out. We went to auction a couple of times. July 2005, we went to the auction, bought like 14 deals. We went back. I had a duplex out in Irvington. That was my house on one side, the office on the other. That was our first Alpine office. Uncle Bob was working for me, running a crew. Buster was working for me. I'm like, guys, I'm kind of racist against white contractors. I really only like Hispanics. I discriminate against the white contractors. I'm like, I prefer Hispanics, but since you're family, I'll give you a shot. Fired Uncle Bob a year later. Only one of my kin folks still works for me, Buster. You'll meet him and his wife Carmen today. Now, I call him Buster because his name is Robert, like his dad. And he's gone from a 20-year-old hanging drywall to now he runs all of my construction here in Indy. He's our construction manager. He built this building. Didn't he do a nice job? He runs about 70 guys right now doing, we're at any given time, we're doing about 40 rehabs. All the rest have kind of fallen along the wayside, but they're going to be here to go with us on the bus today. And he hates being called Buster because that's been his nickname since he was little. And he tries to get everyone to call him Robert. So when he walks in, right, I'll be like, "Hi, Buster," and everybody's just like, "Hi, Buster." He'll hate it. And then all day just call him Buster. It's great. Yes! Tease them. Right, Malou? I told them I have Dalit searches for you. No, actually, I keep up on Indian politics. I know all about Modi. So my dad and I came back from the auction. He said, "Man, I feel sick." And he was 6'5", 430 pounds. Just kind of gained 5 pounds a year after playing basketball at Indiana State until he was 57. We flew back to Salt Lake City. He said, "Man, I need to go get some blood work done. I just don't feel right." He got blood work done. They said, "Mr. Adams, you have late-stage leukemia. Your weight has masked the symptoms. We're admitting you to the hospital." This was on a Thursday. He deteriorated Friday, Saturday, and died Sunday night of heart failure. That was. I got this tattoo. That was July 26, 2005. This is my dad's signature from my birth certificate when he was born and when he passed. So July 26, 2005. Talk about catastrophic life event for me. It was his idea to come out here. And now the worst case scenario is my mom was my partner. And she's like, "So, Alpine." I'm like, "No." And the first thing I did was bought her ass out. I started liquidating. Like, I took all of my cash and bought her out. And I was still based in Utah, and I had my son, Casey, was born, and then my son, Tommy, was born June 2006. Casey was 2. And I'm like trying to keep Indy going for the next 6 months. And I'm undercapitalized, and I'm trying to buy out my dad's other partner and trying to keep things going here. And I'm commuting, and just runs my marriage into the ground. And my wife and I ended up getting divorced 16 months later. And my kids are 10 months and 2.5. And then we have joint custody, and I get them every 10 days for 4. And talk about CLE. And I just would get up every day and say, what's the most important fire that I can put out? What's the biggest fire? And just grind. And it was horrible. And just like a refiner's fire, it never gets better, guys. It never gets better. You do. I got better. And if you're waiting for things to get better, how's that been working out for you? That's what saying yes is all about. Because what you learn to do is live outside of your comfort zone. And once you learn to exist outside of your comfort zone, you feel weird when you're in a comfort zone. You're like, something's wrong. I got to start a new business. I need crisis. You become Pavlov's dog in a different way, in a productive way, in a hyper-focused way, in a neurotic way. And I am very neurotic. Am I not, Travis? People are like, I want to follow you around for a month. I'm like, no, you really don't. And keep my schedule? Okay. And it's tough because part of me thought I'm just going to cut bait and go back to California. I'll just sell everything and go back. And think if I would have gone back to California in 2007, a year before it all crashed. Because when I left, people were like, what, Indiana? And instead, by 2007, I had consulted, because then I was like neurotic. I'm like, well, I'm divorced now. I've failed my kids. I failed, but I'm not going to fail this business. So for the 10 days that I'm working, I'm going stupid neurotic. My buckets, I blew up my buckets. My fitness bucket blew up. My fun bucket was non-existent. I'm like, finance and family, those are my only 2 buckets. And I'm going to do finance bucket for 10 days, family bucket for 4, and that was my whole existence. So then in 2007, I opened an Alpine Dallas. and I opened a construction company. And then 2008, I opened at Alpine, Kansas City. And then 2009, I opened in Alpine, Orlando. And then I'm hitting all 3 markets. And still every 10 days, 30 times a year, flying back to Idaho. And then we open in Alpine, Las Vegas. And in 2011, we go into Vegas, and I annihilate Vegas. I bought 180 houses at $75,000 a door that had sold for $350 in 06 before the market crash. And they were 11 caps in Vegas. And then Rob calls me from 510 Capital, and I'm like, yes, let's do this. And then someone from Singapore calls, and they're like, hi, I'd like to buy some of your rentals in Indiana. And I'm like, Singapore? Is that an island or a city or a country? They're like, yes. It is. And I'm like, how long is it to get there? And I said, I'm an ignorant American. Is it Southeast Asia? Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah, Singaporeans are like the nicest. No, what do they say back at La? Where you go, La? La. Everything's La. You get in the cab. Where you go, La? You go Orchard Park, La? No. That's where all the hookers are. It's legal there. Allegedly. I heard it from a friend. And then I get people from Hong Kong who call me. So then we're like selling to Hong Kong. And I was really interested. Honestly, I feel like Chinese investors, Singaporean investors are the savviest investors in the world, because we would never go over to Malaysia and buy rentals. I get people from Chicago, oh, Indiana's so far. I need to drive by my rentals. And Singaporeans are like, I need return on investment. Chinese investors are like, I want the qualities of a good market. I've done my market analysis. Indianapolis is amazing. It's like, I'm flabbergasted by how piss poor investors we Americans are. We still believe someone's going to make us good money. Not Chinese. They're like, I'm going to make my own money. I'm going to get on a plane and fly 30 hours to Indiana and buy rentals. And we did a whole bus tour. Remember that, Becca? In 2011, we did a bus tour for Singaporeans, and we did it in February. Now, these people had never felt less than like 90 degrees in their life. I really thought they were going to die in the cold. They're like, I keep it like 68, and here they're like, Becca went out and bought them all coats. Because he was walking in a room. He walked right down the stairs. And I was like talking to the group, and I was like, and then my first thought was, does my liability insurance cover this? And my second thought was, he can't sue me from Singapore. And he was like all into yoga. He's like a yogini, and he's like, I'm okay. 68. He comes walking back up. That was just a good stretch. Like Singaporeans are so damn positive. It's like crazy. And so now I'm always just waiting for the next catastrophic life event, because the market crashed in 2008, Wall Street became a skill that I had. I learned how to work with private equity funds. I learned how to buy for them. I learned how to speak private equity spreadsheet, which is a real thing. I learned how they think about money, how they want to invest money. Got to go to New York and teach a seminar. And I learned to speak international investor and currency fluctuations, and why they have the appetite for U.S. properties, and how dollar is king regardless of all other currencies in the world right now, and understand that motivation. And each skill that I've learned over the last 21 years, whether it's how to flip a house. I can wash the shit out of a window. Build a house. Squeegee. I don't use that very often. I use it before I get out of the shower every day. I'm pretty neurotic about squeegeeing my shower doors. But they all have value. And if you're not committed to active income development, ongoing education development, then my prediction for you is that your finance bucket will be perpetually not full. Nicole, what are some of the questions that you fielded last night about the packages? Was there some things that? Yeah. Yeah. A lot of you, I think over half the room, already have access to the 6-hour mobile home class, to the document folder we put together. In that folder is all of the documents that you need to flip mobile homes. All the contracts, all the agreements are in that folder. The marketing and wholesale class that Travis and I taught, those 2 classes, 6 hours. We just recorded it in the summer, so it's the most current techniques of how we're spending $50,000 a month to find deals. Half of you already have access to that. And it's only 10. And then what was the price for individual? Yeah. And you see, we kind of divided the classes up. If the $4,500 track for classes is if you don't have a lot of money. That's why it's wholesaling, marketing, and foreclosure. Because those are the 3 strategies that we think are better. And we're gonna start teaching that next month, and it's gonna be live streamed. So even if you can't come in 4 weeks, you can watch the live stream on it. Trav is going to teach all day Thursday. So the idea is that you go to the Infinity website, watch the classes first. Watch the classes, come up with all your questions, and then you sit down. It's like a private mentorship with Trav. Like, our vision for the class is that you come already having watched the videos, or maybe even you tried to do a deal or do a campaign, and then I would love for Trav to have just a full day of Q&A with the students. I don't want him to say, okay, let's define wholesaling. No. It's because we understand that when you watch the video, you'll have way more questions. Now you can come live and then come back again in 6 months. Because one of the benefits that I have is we're going to build this whole building there, so it's going to be like a campus here. My brother's like, what are you doing? Like a Ruby Ridge Branch Davidian complex, French Guiana. I'm like, see how he's negging me? Negs, little negs. I hate negs. I hate people who neg. You know, if someone's in your tribe, then they have an abundance mindset. When you say, I'm going to lose weight, they're like, good for you. What are you doing? I got your back. Hey, can I help? Let me go with you. I'm going to make more money. Great. Amazing. You know, I'm scared to do a reality show. I don't know if I want the notoriety. When Nicole texted me, she's like, Aaron, we're going to film. I was like, that's so awesome. Because you're going to be amazing. And I love watching you and your husband. You guys are hilarious. I know there's millions of people that are going to love watching that show. Do I have to be on it? Shit. Put Meg on it. Isn't Meg hot? People always say, they never say, you and Meg are a beautiful couple. Like, your wife is gorgeous. I think that means I'm a good closer. Right, AA, Ron? I'm a 6, married at 10. Yes. So the other track of classes is if you already have some cash. That's why mobile's on there. That's why construction. Now, the construction class is really interesting because we did construction for beginners, construction for non-contractors. So I give you all the shortcuts that I use for managing construction projects, how I run the numbers on a budget. I taught it with Buster, and then Buster's going to teach it. So imagine, again, watching the construction class, then coming here or getting on the live stream, and the Q&A will be active on the live stream as well, so you can ask questions from home and listen to all the questions. But imagine then asking follow-up questions, having already watched the trainings. The only 2 trainings that are 6-hour is the Airbnb and the mobile. All the rest, I try to keep it 3-hour. And I try to rip out all the fluff. I try to really just make it be pure content for 3 hours. So you should watch it and it should be like, okay, this is a lot. because we just grind content for 3 hours. We film them right here with a partner, and then that gives you, what's up, Michael? Yeah, no, because they'll kick me off of YouTube. So that's why we built those trainings that way. And then if you decide, let's say you pick one of those trainings, the next level of training that we have available for you is you can come out to our market and do a one-on-one field training. So if you decide you still want more after those advanced trainings, you could come spend a day in Idaho doing modular, doing manufactured, okay? Or you could go spend a day with Buster doing budgets. Or you could go spend a day with Travis. Travis has a wholesale and marketing war room in Charlotte with his guy Mike, who all he does is wholesaling all day, and then he's got these callers who sit there and do calls all day, and you could go spend a day with them. You don't have to do that, but our idea is that you have more if you want it. Now, those of you that are 360 right now, you may find that getting on the Infinity portal and watching the training is enough for you. Maybe you don't need the advanced trainings, but we want to make sure that there's always more if you want it, but we feel like we gave you all of our best stuff at each level, that you shouldn't need it. And then you can decide what you need if you're not being successful, because that's the problem we have with other seminar companies who they just try to sell a $60, $80, $100,000 package up front, and you get a bunch of stuff you don't need. Whereas the idea here being is we taught Pastor John to do one deal. Now he's got a bunch of questions. He's going to come to that mobile home training but pay for it with money that he made from his first deal. That's my best case scenario. Question? Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah. So again, that's why focusing on active income is so important, because active income is 3-6 month timelines. And so when I did have cash crunches, they were temporary, they were short term. Now, full disclosure, when I got divorced in 2006, December 2006, I had to go back and buy out my wife from the business. So I sold 50% of Alpine Indy for $750,000 to raise the liquidity in addition to the other cash to then buy her out. So I have a partner here in Indianapolis that owns 50% of Alpine. He's a passive investor. He's made that 750 back like 10 times, and I don't begrudge him that, because I needed that money. But yeah, I mean, being undercapitalized, that's why I'm so careful about that, and that's why I talk about that risk so much, because those catastrophic life events almost caused me to first lose the business, and then I got my mom bought out, and then I had my dad's other partner bought out. I had everything consolidated, then I got divorced, and I had no cash, so then I had to raise cash to buy my ex-wife out, and then that even made me more of a nervous Nelly, because almost losing your business makes you that much, more conservative. And that's why I'm so, when you have a partner, it's different, because you can always work terms out with them. But a bank is the worst kind of partner if you think about it, because a bank can do a capital call like Dave Ramsey was talking about and force you to bring in all the money in a way that a real person would never do. If you go to a real person and be like, hey, my dad just died and I'm going through a divorce, can we work something out? Most people are cool with that. A bank does not care. They don't want to hear it. In fact, if you tell them that, it makes it even, no, we want all the money tomorrow, or we're taking all the assets. And so this is a login for just the businesses that I own here in Indiana, and properties and entities that I have. You can see I just logged in. We have bank accounts with local banks in Charlotte. We have bank accounts in Kansas City. We have bank accounts in Idaho. One thing I always do is I always work with a regional bank. Because every bank in America has non-recourse loans. The problem is you didn't even know to ask for them. Every one of you could go into a local bank and say, I want a non-recourse loan on an apartment complex. And they would know what you mean. But you just always thought that you had to give recourse. You thought you had to give them your social. You thought you had to tie your credit. You thought you had to let them do income verification. Every bank in America does a non-recourse loan. The problem is, how many of you bank with a big national bank like Bank of America, Chase? Okay, that's your mistake. That's not a mistake if you are an employee, a W-2 employee. But if you are a business owner or you want lines of credit, the way to get that is from a small regional bank. Huntington Bank, it's a Midwestern, it's based in Columbus, okay? Covers about 3 states. Their target business is between 25 to 100 million a year in gross revenue. So I have access to the president of Huntington Bank. I can email him. I can say, hey, I just built this office in Indianapolis. Will you give me a non-recourse loan against this building, which they would do for 50%. Does that make sense? People always say, how do you get the money? You have to know what to ask for. So if you are a smaller investor, you don't want to be at Chase. You want to be at like XYZ credit union in your town with 3 branches. Now, here's a homework assignment, and you have my blessing, and you have my prayer. I put my personal Gmail on the sign up there. That's my personal Gmail. Write it down, AaronAlpine@gmail. Right up there on the sign, AaronAlpine@gmail. Okay? I put my personal Gmail up there. All of my, I have like 5 different emails from my businesses, and they all flow back to that Gmail account anyway. So. Now, it's funny, when I was in Singapore and I gave out a Gmail address, they did not like that. They're like, no, we want your business email, Aaron@Alpine Capital Solutions. And I was like, really? What? Yeah. They're like, that seems, right? You're laughing. Why? Because it's like unprofessional, right? It's so funny. What's that? Yeah, Asians hate this. If I give this to Asians, they're like, oh, no, I want your Aaron@AlpineCS.com. Okay, but it goes to this one. Why? Because Americans are like, he gave me his personal email. Asians are like, I don't want your personal. That means you don't have a real business. It's so funny. Like, that's real. I wouldn't dress like this in Hong Kong. Hey, but these Jordans, these are limited editions. These are $800, okay? Yeah, my son's been flipping these shoes on, there's this app called Goat, and he's a sneakerhead, and so he buys shoes when they come out and then flips them on Goat. But he and I both wear size 14, so he bought these, and they got to the house, and I'm like, I'm taking them. I get to commandeer them for a cost. So, Dad, I was going to double up. Sorry. Sorry. No. So, you can see that I keep, I try to keep 20 to 30% cash in each LLC. Now, when I do a different business, I always do a different checking account. I never do one common account. That's how you get stolen from. That's how I've been stolen from in the past. I separate every single LLC, every business out in its own account. But just on businesses and entities that I own in Indianapolis, my current liquidity is $5.8 million. That's only Indiana. Then in Charlotte, we have our accounts with reserves. In Kansas City, in Idaho, across all markets, like I mentioned yesterday, my liquidity position has jumped to almost $10 million. When you guys were here last year, it was probably about 3.5, 4. Yeah, it's like 3 to 4 million. And that's because I've been through the fire. And that's why I slept good last night. That and Danny's bourbon. Okay? And so keeping that kind of liquidity actually helps you. It checks a couple of boxes. On one hand, it checks the box of I always have cash for a great deal. Somebody's got a home run deal, then I have cash for it. Okay? But it also helps me not worry, because I have been way too lean from a cash flow, and I was like, I can't do anything until 2 months when deals sell. And so, learning an equilibrium of not have, because too much cash is just as bad as not enough cash. Some of you have too much cash, and it's dropping at 3% a year because of inflation. And you don't have a lumpy mattress. You're sleeping on cash. It's way too much. And there's a principle in economics called opportunity cost. And if you could make 40% a year from doing flips on that $100,000 you're sitting on, you're losing $40,000 every year that you keep too much cash on hand. And yes, I get that you feel good about the cash, but there's also too much. So I have all sorts of formulas like that. Like right now I'm keeping close to 20% of my net worth in cash, but I'm okay with that. But I have all sorts of other formulas. Like, I don't think your house that you live in, or if you have 2 houses like I do, I don't think your house should be more than 5% of your net worth. So I think that'll make you start losing sleep. So if I'm worth $50 million, then I shouldn't have houses totaling more than $2.5 million. And I don't. We bought a house in Idaho for $1.3 million. Our house down the street here is worth about $1.2 million. Okay? Now, if you don't even know what your net worth is, and you haven't looked, because why should there be a limit in my mind? Why would I want a limit on what percentage I allocated of my net worth to my personal residence? Why would I think about that even? Because it's a liability. Now, before Meg gets there, I got to tell you a story. Trav already knows I'm going to tell. So our house in Idaho was so nice. I'm going to show you. And Meg didn't like it. She wanted a mansion. So we owned this house in Idaho, and we just sold it for $900,000. Look how nice. It was like 5,600 square feet. Is it nice, Malou? Look at this. We had spent $500,000 on it. There's my little Evie's bedroom. There's Maddie's room. Just sold it a couple months ago to a California. There's Jonah, my stepson's room. I put a pool in the backyard. Okay, Meg's kids were all upstairs. We separated the kids. Her kids upstairs, my kids downstairs. Okay, there's our dining room. There's my 1910 Studio B Steinway, completely restored. That's my baby, dude. Let's see, there's Tommy's room. My kids are in the basement, relegated. There's Casey's room. Okay, we had the Adams family in the basement, so we put a kitchen in down there for the boys. It was like the man area. My kids each have gaming centers. I bought that drunk one night on Amazon, that shuffleboard. Have you seen those? I was at a bar playing shuffleboard all night in Maine, and then I was like, we need one of these, and I bought a 12-foot one on Amazon at some point in the night. I don't remember it. But then it got delivered. You should put a code for yourself on Amazon after 10 p.m. I've bought a case of Under Armour socks. So I got like 50 pairs of socks. I bought 20 pounds of Smarties, the candy. 20 pounds of Smarties. Because you know what you want, but you're not looking at unit size or anything. Because I bought one case of socks. 40 pounds of Red Vines I bought once. Okay, so look at this gym. I got a pre-core elliptical. I got a full set. I got up to the hundreds on dumbbells. Okay, all our ski gear. Great house. Is that a great house? Wait, let me show you the yard real quick. Because I completely ripped out the yard when Meg and I got married. We lived here for 5 years. There's master bath. Okay, master bedroom. Mother's Day present. Or was it a Father's Day present? Okay. Look at the backyard. I had ripped it completely out. I built a walkout basement so my kids didn't feel like Cinderella. Put a pool in. In Idaho, I put a pool in, right? Great house, 3/4 acre lot. And Meg's like, it's too small. But she's like, hey, according to your rule, we bought this house cash for $500,000. We sold it for $875 cash. Guys, that's what you can get in Idaho for $875. Think what you guys could get in Idaho when you're ready to look at houses. 5% of your net worth. Yeah. Well, because if you think about it, since your house is a liability, if you over allocate your money to your house, that's money you don't have to invest. That's money you don't have to buy passive investments. That's money you don't have for vacations and life. And so my rule of thumb is like, I never want to live off of more than 20% of what we make. I don't want my house to be more than 5% of what my net worth is. And so like Meg and I it's a lot, it sounds ridiculous, but we never. Okay. So you just. I'd say your debt. I'd say your leverage. Yeah. So 700K. So 700K is 5. Yeah, I know.
So I mean, that formula, you want to really make it work, you have to move out.
So wait, so what's your mortgage payment? About $3 or $4 grand a month? Could you rent for less and still maintain the same quality of life? Hey, this was all Meg. This was all Meg. Hey, what did I say an hour ago? It's only worth 2 cents. Okay, I ain't trying to cause marital discord. This isn't a marriage seminar. This is just Aaron being fully transparent about how I think about money, because I find when I'm very candid about how I think about it, educationally has a huge value for you. At the very least, if you should have a rule. That's my point. Now, maybe you put an asterisk because Bay Area. Because think what you guys could get. You could get my house for $900,000 in Idaho. Do you see why all of California? Gavin Newsom, the Realtor of the Year for Idaho. I put that up. Okay, so this is what we just moved into. It's 3 acres, fully landscaped, 8,000 square feet, 8 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms. Yeah, out in the country, right by the country club. I mean, it's beautiful. Walnut floors, 30-foot ceilings, $20,000 chandelier. Every ounce of cabinetry was custom built in there. We paid it for 1.275 cash. Isn't that crazy? I mean, you couldn't even build it for less than 2.1. Not even. I mean, it's gorgeous, right? But Meg heard the rule. She said, "Well, how much is the house in Indy worth?" I said, "About $1 million." She's like, "So then I got 1.5. I stayed under budget." And I was like, "Okay." But full disclosure, I love it. I'm glad that we're in it. It's really nice. And I moved 4 miles closer to the country club, so that's a win, right? And it does kind of look like our old house, though, doesn't it? Kind of. I put my kids upstairs in the pink and purple bedrooms. They loved that. They're really happy about that. Yeah, it's great. It's nice. So my point isn't that I'm not holding up my rule of thumb as the rule of thumb. What I'm saying is that I'll always tell you how I've thought through it and how I've put it together. And just like I'm not saying that I own my properties free and clear, I'm not saying that you should own your properties free and clear. One thing this weekend, though, I won't wait for you to get a loan on a house from me, because we sell our properties so fast. If you want a mortgage, buy cash, and then I'll give you a mortgage broker that'll let you do a cash out refi. Okay, we have one in Charlotte, we have one here, we have one in Kansas City. But I've had too many times where I sold somebody a house on a loan and then they didn't qualify, or so I'm not waiting around 6 months for that. Okay, because that whole timeline is too long. But here's the other thing: if I sell you a house in Charlotte for $100,000, if you can wait 6 months before you do the refi, then it's on the appraised value. If you refi before 6 months, it's just what I sold it to you. If I sell you a house in Charlotte for $100,000, it's worth $120,000, $130,000. If you wait 6 months and then do a cash out refi, it's based on 180% of 130. So you don't have to put. I have another, at any given time, 15 to 25% multifamily. And that's both apartments and mobile home parks. And then I have, 50 to 60% single family homes. And then at any given time, and new construction, development stuff, like sexier stuff, and commercial retail, like this building, that at any given time is another 10 to 20% of my breakdown. Okay? So what I'm saying is, obviously, the high end of that adds up to more than 100, but if I get to where 20% of my holdings are Airbnb, new construction, commercial, I start to liquidate back down. If I get to where more than 60% of my holdings are single family, I start to liquidate back down. I don't want more than those numbers. I don't want more than 10% of my properties to be notes. Now let me give you an example of a note that I have. Yeah. That's what sometimes I'll liquidate down. What I always ask myself is, because I have a set of properties that I call forever properties. Meaning it would be almost impossible to get that kind of deal again. So for example, I just rented out a commercial building that I have about 5 miles from here. I bought it at a tax sale for $30,000 10 years ago. And it needed $200,000 in work. And I traded it to my contractor. I said, I'll give you this 10-year, I'll give you a 10-year lease for free, but you have to put a new roof on it, upgrade the electrical, right? I had a list of upgrades that he had to do over the 10 years, but I said, you can have it free, you don't have to pay me a penny for a warehouse. And for a contractor, he's like, okay, great. So basically I'm getting it for $500 a month, because then I could just spread that work out over 10 years. After 10, but my out-of-pocket basis is 30 grand. That building's worth $1.5 million. And he turned it back over to me. New roof, new electrical, new plumbing, and white boxed. Now I just leased it. I put it on the market to lease, and I was super picky about who went in there. And I accepted, it's like a hipster area, like really kind of cool, farm to table restaurants, microbreweries. And so I wanted I didn't just want any tenant. So I rejected the doggy daycare. I rejected the artist. And this Hispanic couple have a craft ice cream store that has booze in the ice cream. And I was like, after I went to their store on the other side of town, and I was like, oh my God, I love this. And they're like, we want to expand, but we don't know if we can afford it. I said, I will give you a triple net lease for 5 years at $1,000 a month, because I believe in your product and I like this. I'm like, I'm willing to give it to you for like 40% of what the fair market rent is, because I feel like if they'll stay 5, they'll stay 30. And because I know I'm never going to sell that property, I'm thinking about that property in terms of 30 years. And because my basis is only 30 grand, then $1,000 a month triple nets, great. And so when I have a property that I know was such a good deal, I'm never going to sell it, then I think about it in terms of a 30-year, 50-year horizon. And so the decisions I make are only for the very most long term. We had the apartment complex that we're going to see today. I've owned it for 3 years. We started leasing a year ago, and I've only allowed it to be half full because there's a certain kind of tenant that I want. I want 18 to 40-year-old downtown workers or students, because it's right by a couple of projects downtown that are exploding. COVID slowed the development of those projects, so I've slowed the leasing timeline because I know that actually really interesting article in the Wall Street Journal last night, an editorial that of all the reasons why this physician thinks that we're going to be at herd community, what do they call it? Herd immunity in April. That everyone's already had it. Like that was in the journal. It was so interesting. If you want the link, I was reading it last night. Which I love that for that apartment complex, because I'm like, oh my God, we may be back fully normal this summer, and how great would that be for that apartment complex? But I've kept it at 50% occupancy because I don't just want to throw in tenants, because one of the things that I found about an apartment building is if you build a community in there, then their friends keep renting and it maintains that community. So like we have, like Danny and I. Well, no, we're not. Yeah, we're not like. There's no. We're kind of just targeting a certain age that work or go to school downtown, but it's not like a racial designation, a socioeconomic designation. It's just kind of a vibe that I said to my leasing agent. No, because we don't even have a for rent sign. So the way that we do the leasing, Alpine Leasing, which is in the building next door in the front, we're getting 300 to 500 applications a week. We make people apply before we show them properties. And nobody's ever calling about the sign. Usually somebody will apply, they qualify, and then we'll say, hey, these are the 5 houses we have available. And so JC, who does the leasing, I said, hey, if you see somebody that fits kind of what I'm looking for in that building, then put them in over there, but I don't even have a for rent sign up. Totally. Yes, very specific rules called about steering, redlining. Yeah, great question. But like Danny and I, we have this mobile home park, and we put all brand new homes in it, and we've been going to the factories nearby there saying we would love, like one factory has a whole community of Filipinos. One factory has a whole community of Hispanics. I would love to lease up the whole park to one community of Filipinos that work at the same factory, because then they'd stay forever. And then their friends and families and other Filipinos would come over and they'd all live there. So we'd be able to build this amazing like enclave of Filipinos, because first generation immigrants cluster. That's it's the way of things. And so why not capitalize on that? So we're actually, I'm discriminating against the white folks. I want the minorities in my, to all live in one of my properties. Yeah, so only on my forever holds will I think of it that way. But if I get too heavy on single family homes, then, and when I heard about the subfloor in that one home, I was thinking maybe I should sell it at the bus store after I replaced the subfloor. But then once I realized the rent had already paid me back on my basis, I'm like, and it's really, it's like a 14 cap, 15 cap, I'm not going to sell that, because now I got the brand new subfloor. Why would I sell it now? Okay, so I'm always selling down like that on those allocations for that exact reason. Does that make sense? Okay, see, we've already gone almost 2 hours. So far so good this morning? You guys learned a lot? Yeah, question? Yeah.
So after 6 months, what is the goal?
Usually they'll refi 80% of appraised value. Depends on the lender, but and it also depends if it's recourse or non-recourse, because couldn't you now have a discussion about non-recourse? And non-recourse is up to 60%, Guys, look, non-recourse, if you do a Google search, non-recourse loans, Bay Area. There you go. Non-recourse loan lender in San Francisco. Non-recourse hard money loans in California. Non-recourse loans are not new. They may be new to you, but they're not new. And I don't know any 7, 8, 9-figure net worth investors that are willing to take recourse debt on. Oh, last thing before we take a break. So find that small credit union near you and write this down, okay? Walk in and say, I'd like to speak with the head of the commercial lending. I'd like to speak to the head of commercial lending. Now, at a small bank, that's going to be one of the vice presidents. It may even be the president. And if they ask, or when they introduce you to them, set an appointment with them, just say, look, I was meeting with a partner in Indianapolis. His name is Aaron Adams. You can do a Google search if you'd like. I was meeting with a partner last weekend or a month ago, and he suggested that I come talk to you. So like Bank of Indianapolis, perfect small lender. Who do you bank with, Todd, for the business? Yeah. And do you have a guy at Bank of I who you can call? See? Guys, write this down. Banking is always, or lending is always a personal relationship. Lending is always a personal relationship. If Richard Branson wants to buy more planes for Virgin, he doesn't go into Chase and fill out an application for planes. He calls his banker at Chase and says, I need a line of credit for planes. I mean, poor Deutsche Bank, man, they're kicking themselves for working with the Trump family. What a nightmare that's been for them, but they made loans based on that personal relationship that they've regretted. It's a huge issue. And so if you aren't getting a personal lending relationship with your bank, it's probably because you're working with too big of a bank. You need to downgrade. So go into a small bank and say, I'm considering setting up business accounts with you guys and establishing a relationship on the recommendation of my friend Aaron, and he suggested that I ask you a couple of questions. What kind of non-recourse loans do you currently have on your books? That's the first question. What kind of non-recourse loans do you currently have on your books? And they'll tell you, apartment complexes, Bank of Idaho has loans against cows. I couldn't believe that. They have non-recourse loans against cattle, dairy cows. And I was like, you're comfortable with that? He's like, yeah, the cows don't die that much. I was like, who knew? Right. And then ask them what their ideal lending profile is for non-recourse multifamily. What's your ideal profile of property? What does it look like? And what are the terms of that loan? And by that you're asking, what kind of down payment? What kind of interest will you charge? What kind of terms do you have? For non-recourse. And they may say, no, we only have commercial. Okay, well, what kind of commercial? Because, again, you want to really get to know what kind of loans they make. Because remember, here's how it works for banking. Banks decide whether they want to hold the loan in-house and service the debt, which means we're going to use the bank's money, make $1 million loan, and then we're going to accept the payments, and we're going to make this 6, 7, 8% interest. Or do we place the loan and sell it and get our money back? Now, banks really never keep single-family home loans. They just package them off to who? Fannie Freddie. But a lot of banks have kept a lot of commercial loans because historically those have been very good performers. Do you see why COVID has been such a scary thing for banks now? Because for the first time ever, all these 5-cap, 6-cap commercial properties that were supposed to be no-brainers, like an Olive Garden, okay? How many Olive Gardens have gone under? It's just like the Olive Gardens never go under. And now Olive Gardens have gone under, and a lot of banks were holding the note and servicing the paper because they wanted the money, and now the default rate, when you look at forbearance on commercial paper right now, oh my God. Talk about a perfect storm that's happened over the last year. If you've ever wanted to get, Nicole has been drooling because Nicole's a commercial expert. What kinds of craziness have you seen, Nicole?
Well, the one positive thing I will say is they have avoided the crash. The maker now, they were making the
Yes. Nope. Yeah, the amount of residential mortgages in forbearance right now is almost a third. But again, if we're at herd immunity and everything's bounced back by the summer, they'll just tack those payments onto the end of the loan and tell people keep paying what you paid. We just had a year from hell. I literally see them doing that because nobody wants to go through the auction foreclosures. I mean, I wish I could say I think it was going to happen. But when I look at foreclosure as an opportunity, I don't see it at auction or REO stage. I see pre-foreclosure being the opportunity because by marketing to pre-foreclosure, right, Trav? Yeah. So marketing to pre-foreclosure, which we're texting all 667 of them this week, okay? I'm counting on the fact that some of them have emotional heartburn and just say, I'm just going to get rid of this property. That's what you're counting on. I can't deal with this. Because don't people do that with their money? I'm done with it. I'm done with this. I'm not dealing with that anymore. That's one of the hardest things to do as an investor is, right, Dave? To not just cut bait on a deal you hate. Guys, there's always, Nicole, there's always 20% of your portfolio that you'll hate. Right? You'll hate, it's a tenant you hate, or it has repairs that you hate. That doesn't mean you should sell it, because then there's 20% that you love. And what people do is they say, oh, I hate that house, I'm going to sell it. Oh, really? Because you sell all your stocks low too, don't you? If you need liquidity, sell one of your best ones. Well, no, I don't want to sell that one because that one's doing great. So you don't need liquidity. You're just trying to punish that shitty property. That's being a shitty investor. It's not shitty. You are. Big facts. If you need liquidity, sell your best deal. Well, I don't need liquidity. I just hate that property. Then grind it out. Be a grinder. Make it a good property. When I'm committed, that's why I've been going to Kansas City every month. Because I got one park that I hate. And I will not sell that park, even though I can make money on it. It will perform, damn it. Poor Trav and Malou, when I go to Charlotte, we just sit around the office, sing Kumbaya. When I go to Charlotte, where do I stay in Charlotte, Malou? The Ritz-Carlton in Charlotte. When I was there pre-COVID last year, I saw Santana was doing a concert the night before. His room was next to mine. I was like, I love your work, sir. He's like, thank you, bro. Right? Love Charlotte. Charlotte's cool. Our offices are downtown. And there's amazing restaurants. Charlotte's crushing it, right? Alpine, Kansas City's crushing it, but not my trailer parks because the trailer parks are separate from Alpine, Kansas City. So I don't even go visit Alpine, Kansas City. I go to Kansas City and I spent all day Tuesday and Wednesday in a trailer park. And it was like minus 20. I was not in a good mental state of mind Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay. And then the week before I was in Charlotte and it was 60 degrees. We went and had amazing barbecue. And Team Charlotte's fun and cool. And, we have our new office there. And it looks like Walt Disney threw up on the side of the building. Malou had a local artist do a mural of downtown. And send me a picture of it on Facebook Messenger. I'll bring it up right now. And I tease Malou because it looks like India crashed into Mexico and exploded like fit on the side of the building.
The non-recourse loans and all the commercial stuff, that's a separate strategy from
Absolutely.
single family, you're recommending
Yeah. Well, don't think about it long term. If you're going to hold a property long term, find a way to own it free and clear. That's my rule of thumb. If your time horizon is less than 60 months, yeah, get leverage. And then if you decide that you're going to have a complex in Idaho, we doubled our money, but I may keep it. I haven't found another one that I think is better. So if I decide to keep it, then what I'll do is go to my partners and say, we need to agree that we're going to start taking 100% of the cash flow to pay down the that has a mortgage, then I take 100% of the cash flow and pay that mortgage down every month and accelerate it. Because my rule of thumb is you never have spendable cash flow on a property with a mortgage. Don't think of it that way. What do you think about that theory, Nicole? You're savvy. Interesting, huh? Yeah. Because I have just found that sooner or later, say you got a property, it's $100,000. Yeah, I still don't spend the cash flow. I don't think of it as spendable if it's got leverage on it. That's how conservative I am. Because if I have a house that I own free and clear, and I'm like, I got $1,000 a month coming in. Because then the question is, how much can I spend from that? Because obviously you can't spend all of it because you have taxes, management, insurance, maintenance. A good rule of thumb is 35% you're going to need for those things. That's a good rule of thumb. But I still won't spend 65%. I won't spend 50%. I only spend 40%. I would only, in my mind, even if I owned it free and clear, I still would only think of $400 of that $1,000, 40% as spendable cash flow that I could take away from the property and use for other things, whether it's to live off of and to invest in other deals. I never cannibalize more than 40% of the cash flow. What do you think about that, Dave? Interesting, huh? You don't do that. Am I ridiculously conservative? Right, Danny? But you know, I've been through fire, man. I literally got traumatized. You could say I got traumatized with my dad dying, going through divorce, almost losing the company, and then having to bring in a partner. And then think about how much I've paid that partner. I don't begrudge him that money, but there's an opportunity cost to 50% of this business, right? Who wishes they were him, right? In fact, even to the point that I was like, hey, man, when you die, your ownership won't go to your kids. I will execute a buyout to your estate. I am not letting them feed off of this tit, right? Sorry. Not happening, dude. You, as long as you live, bro. But it is not generational. I will not let your kids live in that luxury, dude. Sorry, bro. They can take the money and do whatever they want with it, but it ain't going to be my partner. Yeah.
There are the 40% you talked about, more than you pay off the leverage.
No. Now, let's say I got a mortgage on that property, and so my mortgage is like $600 a month. Or let's just say it's like, well, now it's probably like $400 a month. So then I got $400 a month mortgage, and then I got $350 a month in expenses, right? So I got $750 a month when in hard costs. I still will then take that $250 and use it to accelerate down the principal every month. Whereas, like Dave was just said, I don't do that. Dave will spend the $250 or invest it. Nicole will spend will you spend it, or are you a lower number than that?
So what we do is, kind of like yesterday, when we put it on our portfolio, every property separately, we have a portfolio of properties that the capital plan covers with areas.
Oh, I love that.
So like the one thing I would say is figure out your comfort level.
Yes.
Get to it. Like you're really good at saving up here. I'm really good at saving up.
Yep.
If you have extra money, like a $300,000 year, we'll find something, especially now.
Yeah.
Like, all right, what do you want up there? We'll figure out. We have a vacation well. This is what we love vacation with.
Yeah.
I'm very
Y- No, it's funny. When we did the Infinity partnership with Michael, I was like, guys, now that we're going to do Infinity, let's never take any money until we can buy a plane. Infinity can be our plane. Right? What do you think about that, dude? Have the other guys got on board with that yet, or am I the only one?
We added two, we also want to
Yeah, Michael and I added that. Like, we're not... No, we're going to take the plane to go see, what's his name? Gordon Lightfoot's final concert.
That may have already happened.
I'm going to get Michael backstage solo passes for a bromance makeout session. CIT's everyone. No, I love what Nicole brought up about earmarking assets. Dave, you earmark, like, certain assets you have earmarked for certain things, right? And you know what else I do it for? Earmark assets for charitable giving. How dope is that? Where I'm like, 100% of these proceeds, that's one of the things that you'll learn with Infinity is creating your own foundation and then putting properties in it that fund the foundation. Because then, once you've committed, it's just a one-time decision. Team. I can use it to donate to pay for somebody's braces, right? But once you do that, like, earmarking assets is a powerful strategy, because we, like, you see all those different bank accounts? I don't think of it as I have 6. You're creating, by separating it out, you're siloing it and creating almost a sense of scarcity, so that you don't think, well, I got $6 million, I can do that, right? And then you make stupid decisions, because it's recognizing how emotional money is and how at any given time we can make these bad emotional decisions with our money. And so you falsely pre-separate things out to pre-make the decision. It's really interesting. It's a powerful strategy. Committing something, like, say, every penny of bucket house. Every penny of this, will never take a penny of this. It's only going to be retirement based, because this is a forever property. And so I'll only use the rents from this on other forever properties, either paying off their mortgages or building it up. And when you start pre-spending and pre-committing your money, then you really do have very little dispensable cash every month. And Meg's like, why do you keep saying we only have $20,000 a month for the household budget? I'm like, that's all we got, babe. Sorry. Everything else is pre-spent. she gets so irritated. I'm like, no, we only have 20 grand, which sounds bougie AF, but, you know, if you make $400,000 or $500,000 in a month, and your wife knows you made 500 grand last month, and you're like, sorry, babe, we only have 20 grand. Well, where's all the other money? It's pre-committed. That went for taxes. It went for insurance. We got the retirement funds. We got charity stuff. We had to repay loan. We lost money on that deal. We had to pay that back. It's all gone. It's all gone. You only got 20 grand. Budgeting, pre-spending, okay? All right, let's take a break, and then I want to really dig into retirement investing, and I want to discuss how broke the retirement system is in this country and how broke the U.S. Americans are. 1,600 square foot home. It is not on a permanent foundation. Behind the skirting in the bottom is the wheels and the axles. It could be moved again. It could be broken apart down the middle and hauled in 2 parts. It's still mobile. Now, it's not a mobile home. The only thing that's a mobile home is pre-1976. In 1976, Housing and Urban Development, HUD, said, we got to standardize this industry. People are making these mobile homes. They're not following any standards. It's a free-for-all. So in 1976, Housing and Urban Development said, if you're going to call it a house and it's manufactured, we don't care if it's manufactured on-site, which they call a stick-built home. Stick-built, that's your typical wood frame construction. Whether it's manufactured on-site or manufactured in a factory in 2 pieces and hauled to the site and put together, they have to be built to the same construction standards. So in the industry, pre-76 is a mobile home. This is not a mobile home. This is a manufactured home. Now, I'll say mobile because you'll still think mobile. We still think of that as a mobile home, but it's a manufactured home. Does that make sense? The difference is that this manufactured home was built to the same construction standards. The wiring's the same. The frame is the same. The insulation, the windows, the roof is 30-year. Okay, so it's the same. This one's even drywall. Okay, it's built like a regular home. Manufactured homes appreciate. Manufactured homes appreciate. Sometimes I heard Dave Ramsey say once, mobile homes don't appreciate. He's right. Mobile homes don't. I won't buy a pre-1976 home because they're garbage. But I will buy anything since 1976. So if you're looking to flip mobile homes, just make sure it's like a 78, 79, 80, right? If you're doing a flip in a park, you're just going to keep it in the park. In fact, by law, you can't even move a 1976 and put it in another park because they really don't want them anymore. They want them to go to the dump and be gone. So you can't take a 76 out of a park and mobile it into a different park. Okay? Manufactured homes will appreciate though. I bought a manufactured home in Idaho that was in 1990. It's a 30-year home. I fixed it up. I spent now in 1990 that manufactured home cost $12,000. I spent $15,000 on it. I upgraded carpet, paint, put a roof on it, put a furnace in it, put a hot water heater, sold it for $75,000. Has that not appreciated? Yes. Just like a house that's on a permanent foundation, there's a value for the land that you don't get with a manufactured home, but they absolutely appreciate. Don't ever let anyone tell you they don't. Because think about a trashed house on a permanent foundation with the land. That house is worth a lot less until you fix it up. So the value is a function of the condition, whether it's on a permanent foundation or not. Does that make sense? There is no rate for appreciation. Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, there is no quantifiable rate because you could have. I mean, that's why on Zillow you can pull up a half radius and see homes from 30,000 to 300,000, where the only real difference is condition. Because if I have a house built in 1990, it has the 1990 roof, 1990 wiring, 1990, and it's got mold, and that house is worth 80% less than the house next door that was built in 1990 that has a new roof, new siding, new windows. It's all about capital improvements and deferred maintenance. If they have been cured, then you get the highest market value potential, irrespective of if there's a foundation attached to it. Because since 1976, from a construction standpoint, they're the same difference. Yes? Yes. No, not at all. We still move them all the time. That's why we're making money on the moving and setting business. Moving and setting them still can make a lot of sense. Because think about me buying a 1990 home right now. Let's say it's completely trashed. I can buy in fact, we bought. Where's Becca? She's downstairs. Becca and I bought a home that was like 1991, completely water damaged. The roof had leaked. and there was a freeze break last winter, and so water was spraying up in the bathroom, soaked the bathroom and ruined it. Water was coming in all the roofing. I mean, it was like mold city when we walked in. We bought it for $5,000. We spent $45,000 fixing the home up. Roof, siding, windows, furnace, hot water heater, brand new bathrooms, all new flooring, painted the kitchen cabinets, new countertops, sink and fixtures, $45,000. Now we have a brand new home, but we bought it for $5,000. I could sell it cash tomorrow for $80. We rented it for $900, and then they pay the $400 a month lot rent. So really, it's rented for $1,300, but they pay the lot rent to the park owner. Okay, but I absolutely could take that and move it. It would make sense when I bought it. If I didn't love that park, I could have paid a moving and setting company $2,500 to break it apart, take the skirting off, disconnect the utilities, $5,000 to move it to another park, and then another $3,000 or $4,000 to reset up. So we're talking 10 grand. So maybe, it still wouldn't have ruined the deal for me to spend the 10K breaking it down, moving it, and then resetting it back up. So moving and setting is still a feasible strategy. Now, it's a big deal. It's complicated to do. It's expensive, but then it just becomes a numbers game. Yep, good question. So a modular home, the only difference between a modular and a manufactured is that it's on a permanent foundation. So this home was, you can see it was a 4-foot crawl space that we put. Actually, let me go, I think I have a video. Let me show you the home first, and then I'll show you at the different stages of construction on it. So, quarter-acre lot. I bought the lot for $30,000. I spent about $15,000 on the foundation. I spent about $90,000 on the home. I was into it about $140,000. We put it on MLS for $210. We got under contract for $209. It appraised for $230. So they do a few things different with the modular with respect to the actual bottom of the home. So they use, I'm going to keep it K through 12 for my non-construction people. Okay. So you have the floorboards, and then you have the floor joists that sit underneath it. They use a bigger floor joist on a modular home because on that manufactured home that I have, it still has the metal. They call it a chassis. It's got the metal on the bottom with the axles attached so that it could be moved again. Modular, they take all the metal off. It only has a temporary metal chassis that's used when it's transported to the site. But then you take it off the truck with a crane, take that metal off. You have reinforced floor joists, and then you set it on the crawl space foundation. At that point, now it's gone from a wooden to almost a real boy. Now you're transitioning, right? And then you have to let me find the videos for when so you guys can see the foundation. Yes. Yes, it's personal property. So this was when we were pouring the foundation on the lot last summer. Poured form construction walls, okay? And then I think I even have a video of us ratcheting it together. Oh, I know where it is. The video of us moving it on the foundation is at our Slate Mountain, our Facebook page for the dealership. So Slate Mountain Homes is the name of our Idaho dealership. Sunflower Homes is the Kansas City dealership. Let me scroll down and find. Oh, you don't like the names? Wait. Oh wait, I'm not on the. There we go. So it's interesting. We have found that a website, like a URL website, is worthless. A Facebook page is gold for mobile home. Yeah, we don't even need a website for the dealership. Facebook marketing's better. Facebook ads are better. Facebook Marketplace is better to list our homes for rent or for sell. A URL website's a waste of money. So we don't even have one for the dealerships. We only use Facebook. Oh, here's when we were here's when it was getting moved into place on the foundation.
See, there's no more chassis. Very slowly.
Like literally. Ladies, you don't want to meet him alone in a dark alley. He won't bite though, because he doesn't have any teeth. Every stereotype about mobile home movers holds. No, this it wasn't, because last summer when the home got delivered, we didn't have. Yeah, we just barely bought all our equipment. Now our dealership in Kansas City, we're at over 200,000 in equipment now, because we've been doing it for a while. Sunflower Manufactured Homes and Transport in. Let me mess with Russ. You're an idiot. All right, so yeah, this is called a toter. It's a semi with a customization built onto the back so that you can lift, adjust, set a home, tow a home, put it into place, okay? We have like 2 toters out in, brand new, they're like $75,000 out in Kansas City. We have all the lead trucks, the follow trucks. We have a huge moving and setting operation in KC, okay?
So from an investor perspective, modular versus manufactured,
So here's the different ways that you guys could use, that you can think about and use these. So imagine, what market are you in? But where do you live? Maryland. Okay, so imagine being in Maryland and you stumble onto a lot that you can pick up for $400,000, because that's realistic in Maryland, right? And you go to a home dealership and you order a modular home, custom order a home, and ideally it would be a lot in a starter home neighborhood, right? And then what I friend doing this in Seattle right now. So he's doing it with $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 homes. Now he's doing all upgraded fixtures on that home, and he's adding granite and travertine, and so really nice finishes on the home. And then when the home gets put on site, he builds a dormer in the front, because he does the sideways home. He builds a nice dormer in the front porch. He does custom slate steps. And then he does a custom walk over to the side, and then he either does an attached or a detached garage, because they have the customization to where you can add the 2-car garage. Fully landscapes it, sells them for $700,000, $800,000, $900,000. Because the fundamental difference is, even with upgraded fixtures, you can buy that home itself for $120, $130 a square foot. And the guy building a stick-built starter home 4 streets over is spending $150, $170, just stick-built homes for less than $150 a foot right now. But with a modular home, you could be a developer on the side in Maryland, right? Because all you got to do is find a lot. That's 5 to 10 hours a month. That's not hard to do. And then all you have to do is find a foundation guy. Again, not hard to do. We could walk you through that. So maybe you get involved with the mobile home track. You attend the mobile home class. My partner Jed comes out from Idaho to teach the advanced mobile home training. He'll be here. And send us an email. We'll walk you through it. And then the only thing you have to do is go place the order. Right now they're about 30 to 40 weeks out. So wait 6 to 8 months. While you're waiting, get the foundation done, get the permits from the city. When you order a modular home, the dealership applies for all the building permits $10 than you would a manufacturer, because they apply for the permits for home as if you were building a stick-built new construction home. And so that's done for you. So by the time delivery, now you'll pay more moving and setting, but again, it's all costs that we'll help walk you through building in as part of that mobile home class. But you could do one housing development yourself for less than 50, you could do a home for less than 50 hours total of your time. So it could be an active strategy that you easily do on the side, because you're not dealing with framing subs and plumbing subs and electrical subs and all the bullshit of dealing with all those guys. And you're not dealing, Clayton Homes does. That's the best thing about it. It's amazing for a developing standpoint. And you want to target the entry-level price point, and you want to be in the neighborhood where entry-level homes are happening. You don't want to be in the war zone, but go to the next neighborhood above war zone in Maryland, whatever that is, where people are going from an apartment into their first house. And then you could develop one modular home. I guarantee you'll do one, you'll do 10. You will never undo further, because then you go back into the guy Clayton Homes and say, hey, I'm going to do 2 this year. Look, we need to talk about a cost plus relationship. I want your cost. My buddy Aaron, 3 dealerships. He said, I'm going to do 2 this year. I want cost plus 10%. I'll do cost plus with any. Somebody asked me that at our dealership. I'm like, hell yeah, sure. You're going to buy 2? Done. After he's done 1, full cost. Because I'll do cost plus 40, right? But then I'll happily do a cost plus. And now you just reduce your costs even more. It's very cool. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, so I love it. Great question. So that one that we sold for $209. 2 streets away, there is a stick-built development. Their lots are only 8,000 square feet. No, 6,000 square foot lots. My lots is a 1/4 acre. Okay? So I have 40% bigger lot. They're selling their house for $270. I'm selling mine for $210.
What was it cost?
$140. They're selling for $210. They have an attached garage. I didn't have a garage. Their house is only 1,050 square feet. Mine was 1,300. We had people, they went and looked at those and like, yeah, those are cuter, but we're getting a bigger lot. We can put a garage in. That's what they all say, right? We're getting a bigger lot, more square footage, and his houses are $60,000 less.
You're not basing like foundation on the trees or like buyers who are just concerned about like this is like put together from out of state and was actually delivered. Like that's just feels kind of weird. But you're saying people don't care. This is like just a bigger
And you're standing in that house, you're like, this is nice for $209. That's what they do. If you went to both and you're Jane homeowner buyer with your husband and you guys are price sensitive and it's a stretch to get to $275 and you don't know if you're going to qualify, but you know you'll qualify, and it's a bigger lot and a bigger house for 20%, you're just undercutting the competition. And because you can buy it for so much cheaper, that's all you're doing. Everybody does it. Think about when you bought the first house. There was like the house you really wanted that was probably $1.5 million, and the one you guys bought for $900, right? And
Every time I hear it,
so the couple who bought our house, they lost their house in the fires last year, and they got $1.5 million for their 2,000 square foot house. And then they saw ours because it was a pocket listing. They called our realtor about another house, and she's like, I actually am about to list a house that you guys got to see. And they saw the pictures of our house, and they thought there was a catch to it. They ordered like every home inspection known to man. Because they're like, there has to be a catch. There's no way we could buy that much house, right? Like they thought it was, and even when they came to see it, they were so nervous. And then I could just see them visibly relax because I was like, showing them everything we did to the house. And oh yeah, you'll just be pissed. So,
our little like 2,500 square foot place is like
Okay, my gas bill is about 300 and for 8,000 square feet. And in the old house, we were at 5,600 square feet, and I kept the pool 94 degrees in the winter, and then my gas bill got up to 300. My electric bill is like 200 bucks. Yeah, my property tax is like nothing. Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap. But so I love that you're talking about the psychology, because what you're just you're just undercutting the competition, because you can build it for so cheap. That's why it works. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's just gotten finished.
Yeah. Well, that started at the city council phase. Okay, that we had. Now we have videos of these homes. So now I go into a city, say, hey, we want to do modular home subdivision, and they're like, mobiles? You mean mobiles? And I'm like, no, we don't allow mobile home parks, like, because you're dealing with Johnny $15 an hour city employee. And I'm like, no, we do beautiful homes. Here's a video. Boom. Oh yeah, those are nice, you know. But to build on what she just said, I had a crew of drywall guys once that I showed up at lunchtime, and they were putting all of their garbage from the lunch in the walls of my house. Okay, I had another house that I was building where we got all of the plywood on the roof, and it rained for 3 days, and then they slapped the shingles on. Compare that to like a climate-controlled manufacturing facility, laser precision measured homes on a assembly line. If we're talking quality, it's no question what the better home is. Yeah, they got to survive transport. A manufactured home is actually a better home. You're never going to convince people that. Now, what looks cuter? Definitely a stick built. But if you saw my friend's modulars in Seattle after he does his magic on them, building dormers, steps, attached garages, and so he'll buy the most base home that he can, and then he spends $40K in cosmetic upgrades on it. Yes, so I love that. So our strategy by the end of this year. So Jed and I, we did the first modular, and last week we just got the appraisal, because here's what I was worried about. If you have a modular home that doesn't qualify as a modular home, then it's a manufactured home on a permanent foundation. You cannot get FHA financing for that. I mean, there is a program, but it's not the same one that's just blah. It doesn't appraise the same. The appraiser comes in and he's got to do other manufactured homes on permanent foundations for his comps, which that's a nightmare. It's a total guess crapshoot. Whereas on this modular, because we got it designated as a modular, legit permanent foundation, then it qualifies for with the appraiser only. They looked at the subdivision down the street at 275. That's why he brought it in at 230, because the only comps he used were other stick-built comps. And so we were scared that something would be wrong, right? Because it's not like we were taking the modular development class from Alpine. It's called Aaron's Figuring Shit Out, right? And so we actually own 4 other lots right next to this one. And the reason we didn't order 4 homes is because Jed and I were like, let's just wait to see if the loan actually funds. Now, I showed this house a couple of months ago, and I had an investor offer to buy it as a rental. I could have rented this out for $1,500 a month and kept it. It's 1% rule, right? I could have kept it, and I could have easily sold it to one of our clients for $160 and made 20 grand, right? It still would have been a great rental for them. So part of our plan is to let Alpine investors, and probably won't happen until the end of this year. Imagine if I said to you, hey, I have a lot here in Indy. I have a home that we ordered. It's not going to be here for 7 months, but we can let you earmark it, and you could pre-buy that modular for 6 cap, 7 cap rental that we can rent out for a few years, and then you can sell it whenever you want. That's one of the offerings that we're bringing online for Alpine for that exact reason. But I had to make sure that we actually knew how to do a modular with 100% certainty that would stick-built appraise, stick-built comp, and be financeable. And until we had finished that one, I didn't want to do any others. Now, I have hoarded about 25 lots here in town. Trav's got his eye on another 25, 30 lots in Charlotte. I have 15 lots in Kansas City. So I have almost 60 lots ready to go for that strategy. Until I got, but then Jed emailed me yesterday about the appraisal. And he said, because that loan was supposed to fund Friday and it didn't. Supposed to fund yesterday. Lender called and they contacted the appraiser to make sure the value applies to the quarter acre, not the whole parcel. The lender's worried that the appraisal came back for our other lots included. He thinks he will still be fine, but we might have a 2-day holdup. FML. What does that mean? He said if the whole thing... So I had a client send me a bottle of Louis the 13th. And Jed's Mormon. He's like, if the whole thing blows up, I'm stealing your Louis the 13th and driving to Mexico. This was yesterday. Poor guy, because this was supposed to close. So I was like, why did it come in at 230? Why wasn't it 209? Still shouldn't be a big deal. But I'm telling you, that's how it is with real estate. Until you actually tell it, the appraisal actually comes back, it's not a done deal. Okay? Now, one thing I do have this weekend for some of you, if you're interested, I have a homeowner, and this is in one of the parks that I own, not the one Danny I own, a different one. So they put $10,000 down on this house. We sold it for $102,000, 7% interest for 25 years. Okay? Let's say you're thinking this weekend, you're sitting down talking to Megan, you're thinking about your diversification. If you want to give me the $92,000 and let them pay you the $8,000 a year in mortgage payments, $654 a month, I'll sell you that note. I'm happy to sell you that note. They've been in there for 6 months now, and I'm happy to let you buy the 7% a year that it's making. You don't have maintenance. They're the homeowner. They do the maintenance. You don't have taxes. You don't have insurance. They pay for that. You're just the lender. I think I have 2 or 3 notes right now. When you sit down to talk to Megan, say, hey, can you show me the notes that you have? This is one I know that we have available. Brand new home. I evict them for you because I own the park, and we resell it for $102,000. Fix it back up. Big, yeah, it's great, right? So it cost me $350 to foreclose. We'll probably give them cash for keys. We'll go back in and fix it back up and resell for $102,000 with $10,000 down. So, see, the difference between us and Bank of America is Bank of America doesn't want to own the asset, where I don't mind. I never mind a foreclosure because that just resets all the principal they paid me, and I can resell it again. It's a hassle. There's a chance they could trash it. But the upside of, our default rate is probably less than 5%. So 96% of the time they're making the payments. It's just mailbox money. You got no maintenance. You got no headaches. Now, you don't get appreciation. You don't get tax benefits. It's pure cash. But because when I was sitting there looking at what's the most predictable thing for his retirement, this is like an annuity, right? And right. Yeah, exactly. It's a real 7%, right? So with some of my older clients, we're like, hey, or if somebody comes in, they're like, man, I really need this to be predictable. Like with Meg's mom and her husband, they don't have rentals, they have notes. Because, her stepdad's got a pension, they're good with their money, they just wanted, but he also had a 401k with a few $100,000, and we said, let's do notes. You guys, you've done great, you have plenty of money. Let's just get you into some notes, and they're actually hoping one of them defaults because then they can reset the clock and resell again. Yeah, because then you take it back and then you fix it up and resell it for whatever it's worth. Yeah, I've had homes where I had received all my money back because of the down payment, and then when they defaulted, I fixed it back up, spent a couple $1,000, resold it again, but got that couple $1,000 back with the down payment, and it was just pure profit ahead. I was actually holding the note on a trailer park that I sold, and the guy kept getting behind on his mortgage to me, and I wouldn't give him notice of default because I wanted him to default because I wanted to take the park back. And he called me all pissed. He's like, you don't even send me reminders. I'm like, I'm not your babysitter, dude. I want you to default. I'd love to take that park back. He was, isn't that funny? Yeah. Yeah. No, that we actually found them as a homeowner. That we actually put the house on Facebook Marketplace for $102,000 with 10 grand down, and they had the down payment. Yeah, I think they've been in there 6 or 7 months, so they've already been paying me. In fact, what I'll do is, because there's a little bit of principal that's been reduced, it's less than 92.5. It's probably like 91,000 because if you buy the note, it'll be the exact amount of principal that they're at right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, completely tax-free. Let's jump into that discussion, because whether it's a solo 401k that owns the note or a self-directed IRA, by owning it in your retirement account, this is what a lot of people don't understand. If you have money in an IRA or a full 401k, it is either tax deferred or tax free. When would it be tax free? If you have a Roth. So I have a Roth. Now, what Meg has, this is really ninja. They have a SEP, Simplified Employee Pension. Meg can put up to 25% of what she makes a year, up to, I think it's $60,000, 58,000. Okay, so Meg can put up to 20. So you got to make at least basically $250,000 bucks, a couple $100,000 a year. But then you can put up to $60K in there. Whereas just a regular Roth, you can only put $6K in. It's 25% or higher. They won't let you put more than 25% of your income in there. Yeah. Yes, it's still more than, yeah, it's still more. Now, what Meg does is she's got a SEP that every year she does a Roth conversion on. So she's basically getting $60K a year into a Roth. Now, once she has it in the Roth, she pays taxes on the 60 grand. So she pays 40% because she's in the highest tax bracket. So, but she doesn't pay out of the 60. She pays the 24K in taxes with other money. Because the idea is it's hard to get money in the retirement account, right? So you don't want to take any of the money in there. Like, I've had clients who will take a 401k and they'll convert it to a Roth, and they'll let the conversion, they'll pay the taxes with the convert. Don't do that. Pay the taxes with outside money. You want to get all that money into the Roth if you're doing a conversion, okay? Because it's hard to get money in there. But Meg's been able to put $60K a year basically into her Roth by doing a conversion. It's called a backdoor conversion, and you can because some people say I make too much for a Roth. You do make too much for a Roth, but you don't make too much for there's no criteria on conversions. You can convert to a Roth. I have a lot of older clients that are like 70, 71 that don't want to do the required minimum distribution. They get pissed. Government's telling me how much I got to take out of my retirement account. Okay, convert to a Roth. Pay the taxes, and then they'll never tell you again, right? It's just because the IRS is like, hey, screw you. You have a traditional 401k, so you put your contributions in, tax deferred. You've been making all that money in there, tax deferred. You got to start taking it out. We want our money. That's why they have the required minimum distribution. But if it's in a Roth, you already paid the taxes. So it grows tax-free forever. And then your distributions are tax-free forever. I'm sorry. I think everyone should at least have a Roth. You should have a Roth. Why wouldn't you? Look, you can have a solo 401k, and you can have a Roth, and you could have a self-directed IRA too. You're not limited to the number of retirement accounts that you have. You're only limited to the amount of contributions you can put in each year. Does that make sense? And so, yeah. I love you, man. Let's have a conversation. Let's say I'm your financial advisor. And I'm like, hey, bro, you're going to want to stay with a 401k because when you retire, you're going to be in a lower tax bracket than you are when you're working. Because if you work with me as your financial advisor, you live off of 400 grand a year right now, but I'm going to make sure your broke ass only has 100 a year to live off of when you retire. So you're going to be down in the 20% bracket. So you're going to want to wait. Okay, that's one conversation you could have. Now, my conversation is, hey, bud, you work with me, you're always going to be in the highest tax bracket. That's called RPP, rich people problems. We all have that problem. We know we're always going to be in the 40% tax bracket forever. And so it's better to pay the taxes on the seeds right now, because when I put money in my Roth, I'm making 40% a year on my IRA because I'll do flips in there, I'll do notes in there, I'll hold rentals in there, I'll sell properties. Think about when you sell a house inside your retirement account, there's no capital gain. Capital gain doesn't exist because you don't file a return. You file a return now on your 401k when your stock in Apple went up, you didn't pay taxes on that capital gain because it's in your retirement account. Right. But if you sell it in the 401k, you're not paying capital gain. It's only when you start taking it out. It grows tax deferred. Or if it's a Roth and if you could be day trading in your Roth, you could have a self-directed Roth, you could day trade, you're not paying any taxes on the gains. Right? So when I flip a house inside my retirement, there's no capital gains. When I make $10,000 in rental income, there's no tax return. Now, I had a CPA once say, hey, if you buy a house inside your solo 401k, you're losing out on the tax benefits. You can't depreciate that house. And I'm like, no, I'm losing out on the need for you, bro. I don't need you. I don't get, look, why do I give a shit about depreciation when there's no tax bill? Benefit is there's no taxes. That's the best tax benefit. Every one of you should have a solo 401k and a Roth. You should have both. Well, so you know what you can do is they're like, hey, you're maxed at 58k contributions, so you could do, you can split those contributions. Yes, you do it. Yeah. So what Meg does, she has her SEP, and she's got her Roth, and I have a solo 401k, and I have a Roth self-directed IRA. I have both. Michael, you have both, right? Okay? And so Meg contributes to her SEP and then converts to her Roth every year. Yeah, so she doesn't even say anything to our CPA because that 60K, it's counted as income. We're paying taxes on the 60. Yeah. You're paying taxes on it. But here, so I mean, think about someone like, yeah. At which she does the conversion every year. So think about it from the standpoint of our CPA. He just sees 60K that doesn't have any write-offs, and then he just counts that towards her adjusted gross income. And so she just that just contributes to everything else that she didn't have write-offs for, to pay taxes on. From the standpoint of her IRA, 60K came into the SEP and then got converted over to the Roth. The Roth got an additional 60K that's already had the taxes paid on it. They invest and grow forever and then get distributed forever and not pay taxes on. Great comment. Okay, so think about this. Think about this. If you're talking about uncertainty, right now the tax rate is 40%. Is it going to go up next year? Hell yeah, Trump lost, Biden won. Taxes will never be lower than they have been the last 4 years. What's the highest the income tax rate has ever been? 96% on income over 100,000 or something like that. Over 200? No, 200,000 in 1940 was a lot of money. I'm telling you, there's precedent in this country for income tax rate, ridiculous income tax rates. So by keeping a 401k, you're exposing future risk that, let's say you build it up to $2 million and then they say tax rate is 65%. As you take that money out, you're paying taxes on that. Unless it's a Roth. Because taxes. So you're eliminating that uncertainty. So that's why my 2 cents as a non-licensed person is that you should have a solo 401k. Michael, when are the solo 401ks so valuable? When are they helpful? Hell no! Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, come do it. Do you have that? Grab that mic right there next to Trav. Yeah. No. Nope. You could set one up. You could set up a solo 401k or a self-directed IRA this weekend. Yeah. Now, you can't access the funds at your job most likely, like 99% of the time. If your money in your 401k, now, is it from a previous job so that you rolled over? You can self-direct that right now. But any of the money that was put in there by your current employer, usually it has to stay there until you leave that job. You signed up at HR, you signed something that...
It's a contract. A lot of people say it's illegal. No, there's no law against it. Yeah, it should be on. It's a law. It's part of
it's a contract, yeah. But if you had 200K before that you rolled into this current job, you could self-direct that out or 401k it out easily. Yep, into a Roth. But then you'd have to pay the taxes. So, but I wouldn't pay the taxes with that money. I would pay the taxes with outside money, because you don't want it to contract from what you built it up. Question.
My friend was going to take 401k from former employer, 50 million.
Yeah. Wow. Have him email me. I don't believe that. If it's true, I'd love to hear about it. But have him, if he wants, I'd be happy to have someone look into that. Give him my email. Right up there, Aaron Alpine. Yep. Span the shot. Yep.
So the question I have, what if you have, I have some 401k that what if I borrow half of that money in there and put it in
Now
You're still employed there?
Yeah.
You borrow for 60 days most likely.
I'm borrowing it in the future. If I ever leave something, I have to pay it back.
Yeah, and I think you're limited. It depends on your plan, but it can be 60 days you could borrow it for.
So I can borrow it for
Even longer with that.
Oh yeah, then that would be viable.
Yeah, you got limitations on that.
since it's all mine, it's all mine, bucket for that.
Yeah.
Oh, but now you're thinking like an investor.
Yeah, with the solar 401k, you can borrow up to 5 years on that. So Aaron just mentioned, what are we going to do? What is it? IRAclub.org. So this is kind of an evolution for people, and if you have your retirement, you've discontinued service, and you want to roll it over, you're just going to buy a couple of buy and holds. Fine, self-directed IRA works awesome. When you start putting together a structure and you get a corporation, one of the neat things we can do, we're starting to do. Actually, let me open this up a little bit. Get things from active side and a passive side. When you start getting into the active side, flipping properties, wholesaling, stuff like that, you're going to want a corporation. I'll get into it tomorrow, but it's to avoid dealer status. Your flips should be done in individual LLC, and most likely the in-state of where that flip is taking place. Sometimes we do use a Wyoming LLC really quickly if we're going to be in and out and we don't have time to form the entity. Some states take, I don't know, you guys have formed LLCs. Some states take 2 days, some takes 3 or 4 weeks. So we need to hurry up and get the LLC put together. We might use a Wyoming LLC. It's fine, but we would just warn up there. So a lot of our clients, when we see evolution, they're doing quick turns, and just because I'm kind of OCD on things, each of those quick turns should be done in a separate LLC. I always get the question, can I reuse them? No, because what you're doing is you're taking that liability, and it's Murphy's Law that you're going to do a quick turn, and it was a cheap house, and then the most expensive quick turn you have, that cheap house liability comes over and then contaminates the expensive quick turn. So one quick turn per LLC, just kill it. They're all disposable. LLCs are disposable. But what I like to see my clients doing is, they're generating cash, and then all of a sudden, they can start taking the salary out. Well, if we have a solo 401k, or if you have employees, then we would do a 401a. You know where that comes from, right? What we call the IRS code, right? Real creative. Yeah. So what we can do is go ahead and pay a salary, contribute 25% over to here. The company's contributing 25%, and there's 3 buckets inside of that solo 401k. And so you have a Roth bucket, you have the company contribution for you, and then you have your personal. And you have 58,000. So you're not limited to what the restrictions are with this self-directed IRA. So it's a little more advanced planning. But why I think getting into that solo 401 control. And so once you start getting to that level, especially with deals right now, how quickly you need to act on them, it just takes out the custodian out of the mix, so you can go ahead and just write a check for the property, close on it. The other, and again, you kind of go in evolution, and you're going to keep your self-directed IRA. If you're just going to be buying and holding properties inside there. The other thing I like my clients, and it's so great to see people evolve into something, but what I like to see them do is borrow from, and you can borrow 50% up to $50,000, whichever is less. You can borrow and pay off credit cards. Why would I say, hey, borrow from your plan and pay off your? Yeah, now you're paying yourself, right? Instead of at a reasonable interest, instead of paying MasterCard fees or whatever, they're 18%. But you're paying, now all of a sudden you pay off this credit card. What does that do to your FICO score? Yeah, it goes up, and all of a sudden everything you're borrowing it you're paying yourself. It's got to be reasonable, right? That would work reasonable throughout the tax code. And then, what else? I kind of wrote some notes down. Yeah, you got to pay it back over 5 years. Things you can buy, real estate, notes, and the other thing I like when my clients get to that level is the fact that if you do what we call a disqualifying transaction, whatever deal you get disqualifying transaction, that's the deal that gets disqualified, as opposed to with a self-directed IRA. If you mess it up, the entire planning is disqualified. You have to get taxed up front. So it's a little safe harbor. Dennis, Uncle Dennis, right?
Uncle Dan.
Uncle Dennis keeps you guys out of trouble. Okay, but when you
oh, you got it. Your mic's like falling down. Do you get it?
All right, Dennis keeps you out of trouble. That's good. And so he'll make sure that you're not disqualifying your plan. But it's just a control that you have with a solo 401k. Correct. What is it? Unrelated debt, financing, income. Yes. And then you can also partner with your plan by forming an LLC and then creating where it's you and your plan. There's a lot of things we can do with a solo 401k. But again, if you're going to be just buying a house, I would say self-directed IRA. Talk to Uncle Dennis.
Yeah, because it's only $175 to set up a self-directed IRA.
Yeah.
And then $135 a year. So it's very cheap. A solo 401k is a couple $1,000 to set up.
Yeah, right now I'm going to be presenting this on structural implementation workshop. That's going to be the unit we're covering on Monday with Carl Zollner and then Greg Boots also. We're going to get into this, but right now, and you get a bunch of bonuses. Setup cost $2,500. You can, if you want that deal, you can talk to Chuck on it. And I'll grandfather you guys into that. Offer.
So I'll use my solo 401k for my flips. Okay.
Yes.
And then I use my self IRA for my holds.
Yes.
So I just hold the properties in there. It's super clean. If there's ever a transaction, then IRA Club is your trustee, right? And then you're benefiting from both. You're doing the active. You have the ability to. But if you're only just buying a couple rentals, well, then just set up a self-directed and use that.
If you're active and you're really into it, you need to be able to close quickly. The problem with going through a custodian, sometimes it can be 10 to 14 days or even longer. And so I love when I see my clients get to this because the options are so valuable for them. Question? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're referring it over to here, just like Aaron mentioned, yeah.
That's such a good question. That's an RPP question because it's interesting.
Vary from person to person too.
Yeah, I mean, I crossed that because I was like, now I have almost $1 million in my Roth. And if I just bought rentals that were 12 cap, 14 cap deals or did trailers or something, there's no way that thing's not going to be $10 million by the time I retire. But then I'm like, I'm not even going to retire. I'm just being honest with myself, right? Like it's not an event and I have so much money outside. Like for me, the idea of a retirement, I'm only doing the Roth now because it's a tax benefit that I can take advantage of. But like Michael taught me about IULs, which we should talk about. And
we're going to be covering IULs on Monday too. And
I'd never heard of why. I just figured get term life insurance and in case you die. But then when you start to have this surplus cash, every other rich person I knew had an IUL or a whole policy for different reasons, one or the other. So it's like you do it because you do it, not because I'm ever going to be living off of my Roth as a primary source of income. And so I contribution. But then for a while I was contributing to my kids because my kids have Roths. And then Michael talked about partnering, so I'd let my kids Roth partner with me. And then I started really getting concerned about the fact that at some point they're going to be 18, and do I want them to have control of that Roth? And so Michael was like, well, actually, Aaron, if you just take all the cash out of the Roth and make sure there's only property when they turn 18, you can put a friendly lien on it. Tell them how that's ninja.
Well, if you put a friendly lien, what it does, it shows up, like when, I used to be a plaintiff's attorney, right? And then before I'd go after, that sounds really bad, but that's how I used to think about it. When I'd go after an individual, what I would do is actually look at all their assets and see what they owned, because you can't take a case if someone doesn't own anything. So the friendly lien takes that and encumbers that property, so it looks like there's no equity to go after it. It's also a finger on the financial pulse of the defendant, because if they are totally encumbered, that means their other financial house is out of whack. But yeah, friendly lien, basically you have your entity file a lien either on your personal residence or against your LLCs too, further encumbers them, makes you guys look like you guys can qualify for food stamps. And people like I used to be, now, I did a 12-step program, they're not, they get insurance limits and move on to the next victim. And you're going to have to if you refi and things like that.
So imagine Tommy's 18, he's got a house in his Roth, right? So he's like, I'm going to go to Thailand and find myself with chemicals and women, right? So he decides he's going to fund that, and he puts that into his Roth so he can sell it. So he puts the house up for sale, goes to closing, escrow calls him, hey, Tommy, there's a lien on this property. It's from some LLC. What? Tommy's like, what? There's not supposed to be loans on that. Yeah, it's going to have to get released. They have to sign a release. And it's pretty hefty. Tommy's like, what? The house is only worth $100,000. This is a lien for $1 million from FU Tommy LLC, love dad.
Keep my boy in check, LLC. Yeah.
So now I'm like, I just got to make sure there's no cash in that Roth, because I do not like that kid, dude. He thinks he's smart right now, so I'm like, you get $40 a week for lunch, right? That's his allowance. So I see him secretly making lunches every morning so he can buy video games. And I finally was like, hey, bro, I don't care that you make lunch. That's resourceful. You're juggling. You're using, it's like people who are making lemonade out of lemons at the bar, like slow clap, good for you. That's PPP. That's what poor people do. But at least you're learning some valuable PPP lessons in life. And then keeping the allowance to buy video games. I'm like, I'm actually impressed with the resourcefulness. Good for you. Because I ain't making your lunch, but I'm making a lunch.
You taught him well, my friend.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's good.
Here's another thing, and you guys are all in this kind of timeline. But if you're paying your corporation, or the LLC is paying your corporation a management fee, now all of a sudden that corporation is getting money. It can start paying you a salary for earned income. It can better qualify for loans. Then you can also defer it over here. But then also it decreases your personal return. So you see how everything kind of fits together in the evolution of everyone. Kind of cool. The only thing I would add, because I'm on a kick right now with it, is everything should be owned by a living trust. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. Pet peeve, I'm so sick of some clients. Sorry, that sounded really horrible. But I'm so sick of clients. I've been hounding living trust. It's one of the most important things we can get, and it's always put on Someday Island. And I'm getting sick of getting calls from your kids after you guys pass and be like, why didn't my parents set up a living trust? Why did you? They blame me. I'm like, man, I can't, I can lead a horse to water, drink. We had this conversation this time, and this time, and keep putting on Someday Island. COVID was a big one. And unfortunately, I feel horrible, but I get a call, and a really nice lady, and their husband is in ICU with COVID, and he can't sign. We're locked. I mean, like, even the medical power of attorneys, I ran into that. It's like, oh my gosh, sorry for getting a little irate, but it's so frustrating, because this is all part of the plan of what you guys need to do as investors. You guys are no longer simpletons. I mean, you guys are taking your time to come here. You're not simpletons anymore. You don't mess with a will. Don't let anyone tell you, a will's fine. It's not. You guys need living trust. I'll get in more detail and really. We still have it. I'm doing a package right now for tomorrow, so I'll give you guys the same idea or package. Yes. No, you want to live in trust. If for a married couple, it's going to be one trust. For single, one trust. But what we can do inside, oh God,
Everything.
and your businesses, everything, one trust.
Just one.
Yeah, and it's revocable. So as life changes, you can change. Also, he's got funny stories with that living trust he put together. You know, my kids are a 4-year-old and a 6-month-old. And I don't know what they're going to be like. I mean, my son's a little lazy. He doesn't even have a job yet. So, so I don't want him getting that money and being the king of his fraternity, literally. So I was talking to a couple about it. You know, I got backloaded distributions, and I'll do this one again tomorrow. But 10% at 25, he doesn't get squat until he's 25. I want to see him achieve his own goals. And if he gets his money at 18, he's going to think it's all the money in the world. Right? And then another 25 tomorrow, or 30, another 10%. This is also a prenup. He doesn't even know I put a prenup in this trust. And because I would hate to have him split my and my wife's hard work, what we put together, with a future ex-spouse. So the most, if they commingle, that 20% is coming out. But that 40%, a future ex-spouse does not have any right to it. Guys, you know, divorce rate's high. You know, I might change it to actually give that future ex-spouse, if he's a real jerk. Might cut him out and do it to the spouse.
That just happened with a friend of mine there. There was family land that's been like in the family for 3 generations. Dad's about to die. Dad's the heir of the land. Dad's on wife number 2. And Dad didn't want wife number 2 to have half of the family land. So that got accounted for in the trust. So when Dad dies, wife number 2 gets half of his stuff. She gets his stuff, but none of the land. The land goes to kids, and then only goes, that doesn't go from the kids and their spouses. It's only to the kids.
The kids.
And
so, can stay as separate property.
They can't.
That's another thing. We have to just educate our kids also. When I get into more, take notes, educate your children, educate your friends, family. This is something, I don't know why attorneys keep all this information to themselves, other than they've got big egos and they want to feel more important about themselves. But this is stuff you guys have to take and then also convey to your family too. Well, yeah, we can set it up for you. $2,500 is what, and you get a bunch of bonuses too. I love giving bonuses out. And I'm going to grade this weekend.
Anderson does a tax and asset protection class that you'll be able to take. That,
in fact, today actually Toby and Clint are teaching the class.
Oh yeah,
I'll get you in it. I can get you in it.
Oh yeah.
I'll get you. Just let me know. Question. Personal property trust. Yeah, we use those a lot in California and holding brokerage accounts. So yeah, so you got. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. It's one of our ways that we get around being tagged up and lose our real-time feeds with a brokerage account. And then in California also, so you don't have to pay the $800 if you go ahead and have it owned by a trust. It's for that $800 franchise fee. That's different. Yeah. I mean, there's land trust that we use title holding vehicles. I'll get into all the stuff tomorrow. We have to look at your situation, but I probably want to do 2 separate trusts. Yeah. Just because you guys are individuals and doing a joint. Yeah. It's complicated, and then you also have California. In your case, without any more additional facts, if I just had to give you the answer, I'd do 2 separate. Yeah. Yeah, and I generally, with that situation, we'll work something out. Chuck will figure it out.
Did we introduce Chuck?
You know what? Actually,
Chuck, we didn't, dude.
I've known Chuck since, 1996? And entrepreneurial. Always been impressed. Finally, after years and years, I've been over as a senior advisor, and he's been with us. And well, I don't want to make him gush, but top of a guy. He is here, and I brought him to assist. Some of you guys have already sat down with them. But use him as a resource. Answer questions. When you see him empty, or the office empty over there, you want to say a few things about yourself? Yeah, he's opened multiple businesses, so he brings in that practical aspect to the theory and understands you when you have your own businesses. He's also a real estate investor, stock investor, and all around good guy.
Danny, you had a question? Yeah, that's what Meg's is. She has a SEP and she's got a self-directed Roth. And so she does a Roth conversion from the SEP into the Roth.
Just promise me, guys, whatever retirement account you guys set up, that you treat them like a deity, okay? With a lot of respect.
Yeah,
okay?
For sure.
With these, I see people disqualify them all the time by doing prohibited transactions, picking up paintbrushes. I mean, a lot of times IRS is going to know about it, but if you start adding improvements, or benefiting, or doing interfamily deals, this last one I just heard about, an individual, they bought through their retirement account a home, and they let their daughter come in and rent it. And yeah, so there's a lot of rules to them. Just treat them with respect. Disqualified, yeah.
So then you...
I'm not sure how they found out, but they did.
Audited?
Right now, the IRS is so overworked. I mean, how many people filed their taxes last year? Everyone can raise their hand, okay. They're just barely getting to those returns. Doug Schomburg, one of my advisors, just barely had his check cashed. He filed on time last year. Yep.
I think it's like 58, right?
Yeah, well, it depends on. Correct. Oh. Yeah, you're limited to your max out on your contribution.
What's that? 17.5 or something?
19.5. Yeah.
19.5.
Oh yeah, after $6,000. Yeah. So you're limited to, in the qualifying plan, you're limited to each limit. You can't set up 2 solo 401ks and then double your.
I wish.
Yeah. From the plan. Yeah, you got to make sure you fund it properly and there's enough operating funds in there. And guys, what I see a big issue is people will just own either in their self-directed IRA and just have it in the name of the self-directed IRA or the solo 401k. Big no-no. We still need to compartmentalize that liability. They should all be in LLCs. Period.
And so one of the reasons why a management company is good is we'll obviously we do the income, we do the expenses, so it keeps at arm's length for you.
Yes.
And then we'll send the rent either to your solo 401ks account that you control, or we'll send it to the self-directed IRA trustee, their account. And so, for example, an email and say, hey, the property vacated, it needs a turn. Here's the budget, $1,500. You'll then send a request for funds to get distributed to Alpine from the trust account of the Roth IRA, and then they'll send us a check. So it's keeping it clean for you by using that trustee. Right. Now, when the rent comes in, we'll keep the 10% of the rent. We'll keep, and if there's a small repair, let's say you have to snake a toilet for $100, we can just withhold that from the rent money to save you having all the communication of a distribution to get us $100. So there's some ways that we can net it out before we send it to the IRA club, for example, to the trustee. But that's one of the benefits of working. You don't, like Michael's saying, to have a self-directed without a trustee. They have them. They were called checkbook IRAs.
Oh
my God, those things are
the
just.
IRS caught on to them probably about 10 years ago, and the and many of you guys have been to those seminars, real estate seminars, where an IRA guy gets up there and talks about how great self-directed IRAs are, but they don't tell you all the things to be careful of. And so basically the IRS realized that people were getting self-directed IRAs and disqualifying them. So they actually after IRAs.
Yeah,
and that's why you're having Dennis. I love Dennis. I mean, there's very few people I can say I love. I mean, that guy is just Uncle Dennis.
Great.
Hilarious to talk to. I almost feel like getting a cup of coffee or hot chocolate and just I'm sitting down by the fireplace and listening to him. But he keeps so many people out of trouble.
Yeah.
Pretty much as an example, the max we can do is 58K on it.
And you're 19.5 yet.
Right, but like what you said, that he's maxed out, but not really. You can still use his book money and max out.
Correct.
If he's making enough.
You can't duplicate the same type of a plan and get, you just can't plan at the same time, and you're living on those plans.
You're thinking about it right. If he makes enough, because remember,
that's the other thing is 25% of the salary.
Because you can't do like, hey, I just set up a C corp, and now I want to put 58K in, because if you don't make enough money from that, if you're still a W-2, then you're capped, whichever's higher.
Cool. I'll be around. Chuck will be around. If you guys, I think he started a list, but go back and pick his brain.
Wait, a couple more questions.
Yeah.
On the property inside of the world, the people are planning to
It can be member. It's going to be member managed. Now, here's the thing. Good point. You don't want to create a LLC or a corporation and manage that property. But yeah, it's going to be most likely member managed by the actual retirement plan itself.
And then just a real quick plug for wills and trusts. My first wife died without a will or trust. Family came after me, almost lost everything. 8 years and 8 days later, Supreme Court said,
Oh wow!
Well, 8 years of probate.
yeah.
Oh.
8 years and 8 days, they sued the public administrator and public administrator. And I got to sit down with the judge and public administrator and from the fat ass down to pay it.
Yeah,
That is cool.
it's so annoying that people don't get trusts, live in trusts. And, the only reason why an attorney will ever set you up for a will is they want the probate, because that's where they make their money.
Yeah.
And they used to trust used to be about 10 grand, and now they're $2,500.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just not the living trust. It's your medical care power of attorneys. I mean, I'll go through all the little aspects of it tomorrow. But guys, if you haven't done it, take it off Someday Island.
Doc had a question. I do that.
Yeah,
Partner
again,
with yourself.
treat it with respect. But it just, some people have $40,000 in a ex-retirement account they want to use, and so they just partner. But you got to use an LLC. Once you have to have enough funds. Once you fund it, you have to be done. You can't, if costs come up, you can't keep funding it.
I do it also with my kids. So let's say I see,
perfect.
like if I see a flip, because a lot of you are going, well, I don't have anything, and I can only put 6,000 in, right? So with my kids, I put 6,000 in their Roth, and then let's say I go to auction and I see a really great flip, right? So I'll bring their cashier's check to auction, get a cashier's check from their Roth, and then I'll buy the property. Maybe I'll buy it 90% with my IRA or 90% with my just LLC, and then they're each 5% of the deal. The thing you have to remember is if they're 5% of the deal going in, let's say we double our money and we make, we're in 100,000, they each put $5,000 in and we sell for 200,000. I can't designate a hookup profit share with them on that or a really, bad one. It's percentage in, percentage out. So if they were 5% in, they get their money back plus 5% of the profit. So they double up. But it's been great for a way to cherry pick deals, and I'll cherry pick deals all the time. I'll be at auction and I'll have a cashier's check on deposit from my solo 401k, and then I'll have a cashier's check from my LLC. And let's say starting bid on a deal is $40,000, but I would have paid $80,000, and everyone drops out at $42,000. But I put the bid in on my LLC. I'll bid myself up $100 with my solo 401k to take title in there because now it's a hookup deal. I'll be like, oh, nobody's bidding. Aaron Adams solo 401k 42-1, right? And buy the ladies at the auction will be like, Aaron, that was your LLC to put the bid in. Don't worry about it, because then I want to get it in the LLC in the retirement account. Because then my kids will partner with me 5% each on that deal, and then with one transaction a year, I can double their off. I'm going to talk about that. Yep. Yes.
It's a great question. What the question was basically, if you have life insurance, and also retirement accounts kind of fall into this too. They have a designated beneficiary already. If you have older kids, go ahead and list them as the beneficiary, your spouse as the beneficiary, initial beneficiary, your kids as the secondary beneficiary or backup. If you have younger kids, what I would probably do is have your spouse as the primary beneficiary, the secondary beneficiary, your trust. So the money goes into the trust and then gets distributed according to the rules of the trust. A lot of people mess that up too. All of a sudden the kids just got a bypass and then become jerks. I really ran into a situation in law school. This individual was just one of those brilliant individuals, not only book smarts, but street smarts. His parents passed away while we were in law school, and he got, I think, $3 million. And at the time, he's like, this is all the money I'm going to need. He didn't take the bar exam. This guy would have been a fantastic lawyer. He would have been one of the good guys, the very few good guys that are attorneys. I'm one of them. The thing is he didn't take the bar exam. Became an angel investor, lost it all, and this is like maybe 10 to 15 years into it, from what I hear. And now he had to go back, take the bar exam, which the older you get, the harder. I've taken 3 and passed them. Okay, all right. But the older I get, you're so far out of school, it's harder to take those. And then he also has to start at the ground level and have some young whippersnapper telling him what to do and hazing him. His parents really screwed his life up, by not doing the proper planning. He would have been an awesome attorney, and I think he's pretty good now, but it just really kind of changed his life because again, he thought $3 million was all he was going to need for his lifetime. So really within the estate plan, you can help your children achieve their own goals, and get that out of the way, as opposed to really make them trust fund babies and bad individuals.
Yeah, so like Meg and I, since we're blended family, we actually, one of the things that you get concerned about is like wicked stepfather syndrome. So, Meg dies, I get her half of the estate, and then, her kids are younger, and then they're 20 and accusing me of taking their mom's money and not right. Like you want to avoid that. So we actually put a clause in our trust that the benefit. So my life insurance is like $6 million, right? And if I get hit by a bus tomorrow,
dude, if that happens, there's gonna be a line of men outside your front door.
I know, for Meg, exactly. And I don't want them getting that my kid's estate.
Just think of this, like 25-year-old guys are gonna be like,
oh my God,
I will be your pool boy. I'll do whatever you want. They're gonna be traveling around the world.
Right.
Yeah.
So that money, take the insurance money and put it in my kids' trust to buy them out of my estate. my private equity partners would take that $6 million and put it into rentals, and then she can keep, her share in Alpine and everything else, and vice versa. So she dies, then I take her insurance money and I buy her kids out of the estate, and that money gets invested, and we designate people to invest the money. So with the trust, you're able to specifically address your life situation.
There's so many things. Now, on that, I will say there's a great principle: keep it simple, stupid, like that you use with estate planning. Also, you'll hear of all these great concepts in theory. If you start Googling it, the problem is once you pass, now you're putting a big burden on your trustee, or you have to have a professional trustee that just really eats up the estate. So I like to keep it simple and protective. My main goal is to keep family relationships intact and protect the beneficiaries from themselves and predators that come out there. As long as we're hitting that, we're doing right by our clients. But there's some things that have been talked about lately in the news, with coming down from the estate exclusion. I think we're going to have see that, and there's all sorts of interesting tools we can use, but just be careful of over planning. Again, your goal is to keep family relationships intact and protect for themselves. Also, charities, things like that is a big thing for us too. So I'll go over it more in detail and walk.
First thing in the morning. Yep, Michael can present.
Yeah, it'll be fun. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you guys from passive, active, showing you how to treat each one of those activities, and then I will get into estate planning and kind of give you guys the bigger picture. But yeah,
you'll also be able to access on Alpine Capital Solutions YouTube page. We'll leave all 3 days up there. So if you're here and you wanted somebody else to hear any part of this, you can go back and watch it. It's not password protected or locked. You can share any of the content. That's why I felt bad when you were recording. I was like,
My husband's like, record this, that's what
I know, and it's easier than him trying to find it, right? Because it's like, what time of day? But yeah, but we will have all 3 days for repeats, so you can go hear all my bad stories again. So one thing I want to do real quick, we have box lunches and salads out. We're going to do another working lunch again today because the buses are going to be here at 2. So take a few minutes, potty break, grab some food. We're going to start again in a few minutes.
And if you want to be with Chuck, there's a sign-up list over there, so go ahead and sign up, and we'll get you met with too.
Tracy has stopped the feed. like at your job and you want to get it into a Roth, set up either a solo 401k or a self-directed traditional IRA, which you can set up for $175. And then buy the houses in the traditional. Buy the houses in the traditional. And then 6 months later, do the Roth conversion. Don't convert the money. Don't convert the money, because if you convert the money, you just owe whatever tax bracket that puts you in that year for income, 40%. Okay? Okay. So if you know you want to get money into a Roth one way or another because you want to pay the taxes, okay? Set up a solo 401k or set up a traditional self-directed IRA. Traditional. And buy the houses over here before you convert. Buy the houses first. Don't convert first, buy the houses first. The reason being is because the way that it works is if you say, hey, I want to convert this IRA with houses to a Roth, they evaluate it, and it's been 6 months, then they have to order an appraisal. And an appraisal, if you've had a tenant living in it for 6 months, and an appraiser goes in, then and you say to the tenant, hey, leave your stuff around, leave shit in the yard, and you say to the appraiser, hey, this is just for tax purposes. The owner's not selling the property. There isn't a buyer. Nobody cares if you're really conservative, Mr. Appraisal. Because what does an appraiser say if you're like, hey, can you double the value above comps? He's like freaking out because you're going to hurt his license. But if you say to him, be conservative, it's just for tax purposes. These dudes are like, okay, well, I could have stretched it to 100, but 70, no problem. And if they bring it in low, which my experience has been low, like who's ever gotten like just an appraisal just to get an appraisal? People get pissed because they're like, the appraisal came back low. So if you wait 6 months and then you get an appraisal over here, and it's 30% less than what you paid for the house, that's 30% less you're paying taxes on for the Roth conversion. You like that?
Do they do like a desktop conversion or appraisal?
It's got to be a real appraisal, but
I purchased a home that did a desktop appraisal just for the purchase.
yeah. I think let's talk about appraisals for 1 second. A lot of you, because the only experience you've had with appraisals is you got it for your house. Did you notice that the appraisal came in like exactly what you paid for the house? Appraisals are bullshit. Let me rephrase that. Appraisals with comparables, with comps, they're bullshit. That is not a valuation tool.
Ask you to price down the property sale.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Nicole, when you get an apartment complex, what kind of appraisal do they do?
Usually 3 ways. So it'll be sales comparison, income approach, and
Rebuild.
And I care about, so you need to get your most about.
Income. Because you're buying an apartment complex for the income, and so they do comparables on other apartments and their income to make sure that the income for this, and then they work backwards from that, right? Because you're buying it for that. When you're thinking about the question of value, utility drives value. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're buying a house to live in, then comparable sales are good because you're going to live in the house and you're going to sell it to another homeowner. So comps of what other homeowners are paying is probably a good way to determine the utility value of homeowner. But if you're buying a house for renters, then you actually want an income approach because you're buying it as an investment. And your primary concern is the investment, is the cap rate good, right? Your secondary concern, because you may sell it to a homeowner, is comparable. So we always give you comparable values when you're looking at houses. We give you homeowner comps as part of the due diligence because you might want to sell it to a homeowner, but that's not your primary concern. I had a friend in Denver who had a property that he was able to use to grow weed. Yeah. So the utility on his single-family home was weed growing, because they passed a variance in Colorado to allow single-family homes to be repurposed as weed growing locations because there was no commercial property. And so that house for a homeowner value was probably $350K. That house, based on cap rate, you could have only rented that out to a renter for $1,700. So it was probably like a 4 cap. So it had a really shitty rental value based on cap rate. But for weed, he could make $20,000 a month growing weed. And if you said to him, hey, you know, it only comps at $350. That's all I'm willing to pay. He would say, screw you. I don't care what a homeowner thinks it's worth. I'm making 20 grand a month growing weed. You're like, hey, you know, if I put a renter in there at $1,750, it's only a 4 cap. You can't expect me to pay, you know, less than $275. He'll say, screw you. My utility value is weed. So if you really say, what's that house worth? I'd probably say a 10 cap, you know, best case, maybe a 15 cap. $20,000 a month, you know, $240K a year makes that house worth how much? $2.4 to $3 million, right? I mean, would you pay $2 million if you knew it was bringing in $20,000 a month net? I would. That's 12 cap. What if I've seen it also in Texas. I saw a house that had oil under the dirt as utility. But it was only worth pumping the oil out if oil got over $110 a barrel. So greater than $110 a barrel, then it was worth it to take the oil out. Less than $110 a barrel, it was better utility as a rental property. I mean, if you knew that the Hope Diamond was buried under a house here in Indianapolis, and somebody's like, hey, comps are only 100, that's all I'm willing to pay, right? It's facetious, like you laugh, but you see my point? You could have 4 completely different values on a house. So don't say to me, well, is this house worth $100,000, Aaron? Should I get an appraisal? Yeah, we can get an appraisal for comps. All of our houses appraise with homeowner comparables, but it's about you understanding what valuation really means, because my question to you is, are you cool with a 7 cap in Charlotte? Are you cool with an 8 cap in Indy? Are you cool with a 9 cap in Indy or a 7 cap in Kansas City? Because if you're happy with that return, with 5 to 15% appreciation, then isn't the only thing you care about with comparables is knowing that if you want to sell it to a homeowner at some point, that it would appraise? You see what I mean? So don't think of value and appraisals like you used to with your homes. This is about thinking of it like an investor and what you're going to do with it. What's another utility that's very popular? Airbnb. Okay, I have an Airbnb here in town that I bring in $14,000 a month on. So based on cap rate, that house is worth $1.2 million as a 10 cap, right? It wouldn't appraise for more than $350 with homeowner comps. Who would be interested in buying that house from me for $900,000, bringing in $14,000 a month? Right? But it won't appraise. Sorry, won't appraise at $900. You still interested, Doc? That's because you've done a lot of deals, so you understand what I'm saying, right? But a lot of people are like, well, Aaron, it doesn't appraise. So I'm not paying. Well, it doesn't appraise with homeowner comparables. Do an appraisal based on Airbnb comps. You know what I mean? Or let me show you my financials for the last 2 years. So don't get too stuck on comparable appraisals when an income approach is better for an investor. You want a valuation method that accounts for utility. What are you using it for? Weed house, oil mine, single family, rental to a residential tenant, Airbnb. Okay, that's what matters more when you value whatever the utility is. Questions about that? Does that make sense? That's why I usually appraisals for the most part are shit. Yeah.
So, going back to here, this diagram, right? So the idea is that they can
Yes. Yeah, if you want to get as low of an appraisal as possible, and your best chance at that is 6 months after you've bought the homes and they've been, honestly, wait a year. Wait till the tenant moves out before you fix it back up again. Let's say I had a house for $100,000 that would appraise for $100,000. You have a tenant living there 1 year and with $2,000 in cosmetic work, if you bring an appraiser in and say, "Will you just appraise this house?" They'll appraise it for $75,000. Appraisers are so irrational about, like, if the carpet's all trashed and there's paint, it needs paint and it needs cleanup and the yard's not mowed and the appraiser's got to take pictures of all that. There is not in a perfect world, that appraiser would have a brain and say, "Yeah, it's $2,000 in work. I'm going to appraise it at $98K." Wrong. They will trash that valuation. So what you're doing by buying first before converting is capitalizing on that subjective emotion of the appraiser, because it's completely subjective. They will find other shitty comps to support that $75,000.
also pay taxes on the full 100K.
Yeah, because if you do it in the first 6 months, you're paying taxes on 100K. You're in the 40% tax, you owe 40K on that Roth conversion. 6 months later, you get an appraisal, or wait a year. What if your tenant stayed for 2 years and you just waited until your tenant finally leaves, and then you get a really low appraisal? It could appreciate. But I'm telling you, an unrehabbed home gets crushed way more than appreciation most of the time. Because you'll get, let's say a home's going up 10% a year. That's only $7,000 potentially that you're picking up. And 2K is easily equal to 25K. God forbid it's 5K. Because they'll hit you they'll give you a 40K bounce on the appraised value. Appraisers are notorious about that. They think they're home inspectors. Now, it's crazy. So I just exploit that. What did I say yesterday? Money is made because of inefficiency. Their inefficient application of valuation based on what the property needs is what I capitalize on. Now, another idea for doing a Roth conversion, like I mentioned earlier, is if you owe, let's say you convert 100K and you owe 40K to the IRS, don't take it out of this money. Get that whole 100K into the Roth. IRS doesn't care where the money comes from. Pay them from money you have in a savings account. One of the smartest things I saw a client do was she went to the IRS and set up a payment plan. And then she went to the trustee and she said, "I'm going to pay $500 a month." And she had the rent paid to the IRS. And so she's like, "I just felt better about it because my tenants were paying for my Roth conversion." And I was like, "Oh my God, I love that." Like, that's what we were talking about with Nicole earlier. Mentally, just being like, I would have had a lot of heartburn if I had to give the IRS 40K from my retirement account and then only put 60. But to do a payment plan with IRS and then have the tenant pay for it, I just felt better about that. So there's a couple ways to approach it. But every one of you should have a Roth, and every one of you should have a solo 401K if you plan on being active.
So we should actually buy flip houses and then convert them and then fix them up.
Yeah, that's what I do. Think about houses that I do inside my Roth that I buy, fix, sell on contract for 40 or 50K more. That's how I'm making 40% a year. Think about Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney has like $600 million in a self-directed IRA. He didn't make it off $6,000 contributions. He's got great hair, but he's not that old, right? He made it off of growth. And so 5-figure, 6-figure mindset is obsessing about contributions. 7 to 9-figure mindset, obsess about growth. How much can I make on the money when it's in there? Because 5 and 6 figure income earners are so used to it never makes any money in there. It's not making me any money. I want to show you guys a video real quick. Trace, go ahead and pause it. Anybody have their 401k or IRA managed by Fidelity? Okay, or in the past? There you go. So if you look at the Fidelity has $9.5 trillion in money under management. There's $28 trillion in the U.S. retirement accounts. Fidelity is managing a third of U.S. retirement money. How much profit do they make? We don't know because they are a closely held firm. They're private. We have no idea. And 1 in 3 Americans has their money managed by Fidelity. Now, it was started in 1946 by Grandpa. We know that the family has $46 billion in wealth in the family fund. They're on the 3rd generation, but we have no idea, really. We do know that they have trillions of dollars under management. And so I want to use Fidelity. When I say Fidelity, I want to talk about the companies that are managing your managed 401ks and IRAs, because we have a retirement crisis in this country, and it's because of the system that's in place. It's broken, and we as investors and as Americans don't understand most of how it works. And quickly, I want to show you how broke Americans are. So when you look at Social Security, 20% of Social Security recipients, 65 and older, have no other income than their Social Security. That's what they're living on. 1 in 5 65-year-olds are living off of $1,200 a month. Raise your hand if that is a disturbing statistic. Now, their parents, the boomers' parents, had this beautiful thing called a pension. But in 1974, corporate America said, we can't be doing these pensions. These pensions are killing us. People are living too damn long. Think about when Henry Ford came up with the idea of a pension in 1915 for his workers. What was the median lifespan back then, 100 years ago? Yeah, 58, 59. And so Henry Ford's like, hell yeah, if they can live to 65, I'll give them a check. Right? What's the median lifespan now? 80 or longer, depending on which statistic you're looking at. And so corporate America started realizing in the 1950s and 60s that they call it a legacy expense. It was going to ruin their stock. So they started petitioning for 401ks and IRAs, like, let them have their account. If they put some money in, we can match if we want to. And whether they got 50 grand in there or 500,000 when they retire, that's their business. We don't have to give them a guaranteed check for life. I mean, who even offers a pension anymore? Government, unions. Some unions, I've seen some unions that are down doing 401k, they grandfather people out. Yeah. And a lot of them started the 401k because they're like, sooner or later, we're going to get them off this pension, because no business likes a pension. And how many states now are underfunding their pension obligation, where they're like, we know that if everybody keeps living longer, they were hoping that COVID turned into a bigger deal than it was, because that would have helped their pension numbers. They know they're not putting aside enough money. And so I can't imagine a scenario 100 years from now where a pension is even a word that anybody knows. But the problem that we have is this system of 401ks and IRAs is not serving Americans. I mean, look at 90% of 65 and olders, this $1,200 a month is a third of what they have to live off of. I'm sorry, it's 90% of what they have to live off. So they're living off of, $2,000 a month. And then Half of the other half, the other 60%, you have the Social Security is 50% of their income. So that means they're living off, like 50% of our 65 and olders are living off of $2,500 a month. That's what that translates to. That's back in 2014. You think it's getting better or worse? It's getting worse. And when you look at their money by net worth, the numbers don't get much better. They don't get any more encouraging. I think I have, well, actually, let me not show that. I have a net worth. Here it is. If you look at the median balance in workers' retirement accounts, 20-somethings have 16,000, 30-something have about 50K, 40-something. But look at this. The ones that are close to retiring only have about 172,000 on average in their retirement accounts. So they're like, I'll have my $1,200 for Social Security, and then, I can start taking $1,000 a month from the 401k out for 172 months. And then if I live longer than that, that's my kids. Like, that's the game plan for 2/3 of our 65 and olders right now. And you say, all right, well, let's just look at their net worth, like their whole, just their net worth. Still, not any better. Not any better. We're broke in this country. We are broke as a nation. No matter how you look at our money, we do not have the money that we should to retire. Now, there is a guy named John C. Bogle who started Vanguard. He just passed recently, the past couple of years. And Vanguard was known because it had very, very low fee index funds. Who has money in index funds? Okay, index funds are a very popular way to be in the market. And they had very low fee. They were asking him about our retirement system, and it kind of builds on what John Oliver was saying. But let me go through some of what he's talking about here, because when I saw this, I was really interested. So he said, I use an example in my book, an individual who's 20 years old today, who's saving for retirement. So let's say that person has 45 years to go before they retire, 20 to 65. And then let's assume that they live another 20 years, 85 before they die. So 65 years of investing. If you invest $1,000 and you earn 8%, that 1,000 will grow to 140 grand. I was like, that's interesting. Let me bring up a compound interest calculator and check that math. So you put $1,000 into an investment, like a retirement account. It grows for 65 years. So you don't add, you don't put any more money in there. It just only, but you're not paying any taxes either. It's just like in a Roth or a 401k, pure compounded growth. After 65 years, if you're making 8% a year, that 1,000 will have grown to 148,000. I'm like, well, yeah, but who saves for 65 years, right? So I said, let's do it shorter. And so I ran it based on 45 years. So I said 1,000, 45 years, 8%, that grows to 30. I'm like, oh, now I see why John Bogle used 65, because it looks a lot more impressive, right? But no matter what, it's still the same principle. So then he says, now the financial system, the mutual fund system, will take about 2.5 percentage points out of that return. So you'll have a gross return of 8% and a net return of 5.5%. I said, okay, let's see what that looks like. So I said, still the same $1,000, still 65 years. Instead of 8%, Fidelity takes 2.5% of your money every year on the gross. And at the end of 65 years, you don't have 148,000, you only have 32,000. Oh, great comment. So the comment is, I don't think the fees are that high. Fidelity has a whole, in fact, all financial services have a whole department called, let's hire 50 attorneys to lobby what we have to call a fee. Because what people can't do is work backwards and say, okay, I had 100,000 in there, I contributed 16, my employer contributed 16, and then Fidelity made me 3% on my money, 4% on my money, and then how much should be in the account? Because they don't spell it out that way. They're not like, you started with 100,000, and then you put 16,000 in, your boss put 16,000 in, we made you 4% on your money, and then we charged you 2.5% fees. They don't show it that way. Think of when you're talking about billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, think about Fidelity saying, hey, let's allocate $50 million a year to lobbying what we have to disclose, how we disclose it, and what we can call a fee. Because if they don't have to call it a fee, then it's just a chargeback. You saw in the video, they showed all the other things that they can charge you back for that are not fees. And the way they do it is they take that $120,000 that you have, make it a share price, divide that fee or that thing they don't have to call a fee that they can charge you back for. Like if they send you a physical statement, who pays for that? Them or you? You do. They charge you for that. That just comes. That's just 2 cents divided by 360 days is how they do it. It's insidious when you start looking at the lobbying efforts of Fidelity to like, why don't they have like, think about HUDs. Anybody can read a HUD statement when they buy a house. Why don't they have a HUD for Fidelity? Because they've paid enough money to make damn sure there's not a HUD for those financial statements. I have a client who is an actuary. All she does is math all day long. She's like, Aaron, I've tried to figure out how much money Fidelity's made for me. Because the idea is that you leave it with them and they're making you a return on your investment. She's like, I can't even do the math. I had to go to HR 3 times to get more information. And she's like, I can't do the math. My statement was an incomplete data in order for me to figure out how much money Fidelity made for me and what they charged me in fees. I had another client who's like, oh, I know. Check this out. I put $1,000 in Janus 20 years ago, and I never put any money in it, and guess how much it still is? $1,000. So they were like making him 3 or 4% a year and then charging him 3 to 4%, of which 0.5%, maybe 1% was called fees, the rest were chargebacks. Do a Google search on actual fees for Fidelity. It's about 4% is what they're charging you. The idea is that if they can make you 4% with your money and then take back 4%, you won't get pissed as long as your money's still there. That's why most Americans are obsessed about the contribution. How much can I put in? Because it never gets bigger unless you or your boss put money in. They're not growing your money. And what's even more insidious is that they got you. I mean, look at this. Where did your money go from 148,000 to 32? Who got it? They did. Who took all the risk? You did. Who got most of the profits? They did. Because we've all been conditioned to think that commission on the gross is the norm. Guys, I wish I could do that with real estate. I'd love to be like, hey, if you're buying $400,000 in property this weekend, I want to charge you 2.5% of $400,000 every year. When those properties go up in value, I'm going to charge you 2.5% on those. What do I charge you on for property management? 10% of what? The rent, which is your profits. Imagine if Fidelity could only charge you a percentage of the profit. Think about 2007, 2008. 2007, you had 100K. 2008, 40% of Americans lost 50% of their IRAs and 401ks in the last crash. So now you got 50 grand in there. 2007, Fidelity makes you $4,000, charges you $3,000. 2008, after losing half of your money, Fidelity makes you minus $50,000 and then charges you $1,500. Is that not a middle finger? They charge you coming and going. They charge you whether you make money or lose money. Because they have trained all of us to think, I'll just charge them on the gross. Just charge them on the gross. We'll make it sound small. Got 0.5% of the gross is bullshit. I wish it was. But even 0.5% of the gross should only be of the gain. But that's just that's how we've all been trained. So I had a client in here who worked for a Fortune 500 company. He had a 7-figure 401k. And he raised his hand. He said, Aaron, I don't pay any fees. I got a guy, he's been my boy from high school, and he doesn't charge me any fees. I pay no fees. So maybe everyone else in this room been getting screwed. I got over $1 million in mine. And I'm thinking, well, I know you make almost $1 million a year. That's really not that much that you got saved up, dude. And I said, bro, you're paying. I said, didn't you see in the video, remember they had the intermediary guy? Like who's helping you navigate your complicated plan? Those guys will charge you another point. So if you got a financial advisor, you be paying a point to them, and then they put your money in Fidelity, and Fidelity charge you 2 more points. You could be paying 3. You could be paying a lot more. But most of you are paying between $100,000 to $5,000 a year for every $100,000 that you have managed money in the market. Most of you are paying between $1,000 to $5,000 a year. So you got $400,000. I hope you're getting value for that 20 grand that somebody made off of you last year, because that shows up in the example right there. Because if they're charging you 2.5% and they're making 8%, what percent of the profits are they keeping? 40 to 50% of the profits. Because if they're only making you, if they only make you 6% a year, and they're charging 2.5%, then they're keeping half the profits. If they have a year that they only make you 3%, they're keeping 90% of the profits. I wish I could do that in property management. You've been letting Fidelity do it. Let's me and you talk about having a different property management agreement. In a bad year, I get 90% of the profits. In a bad year, I get paid no matter what. I wish I could do that. It's criminal. Who's irritated right now about it? Who's never thought about it that way? Who's like, this has to be bullshit. I can't be this stupid. You should feel that way. Good. Do it. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Go back and reverse engineer it. Look at what you have in there. Subtract out your contributions, subtract out your employer contributions, and tell me what they've made for you on your money. Right. Nobody reads it. Nobody can even read the statement. You're like, there's more in there. Right? That's what everybody does. Yeah. Right. You can't get a hold of them. Yeah, we won't do it. You need to be cash in 07. You can't be cash first couple days of 08, right? This guy was here with his wife, and he goes downstairs, and I see him on the phone out there. I'm like, let's take a break. So I'm watching him down there, and he starts pacing, and then he's like yelling into his phone. And he comes back in, and he whispers to his wife, and they leave, and I'm like, uh-oh, they just left for the weekend. And they came back that night. He's been paying 2.5%. His boy wasn't keeping the extra fee, but he's been paying 2.5%, and he's like, all I can think of was $2,500 for every $100,000, and I have $1 million. He's like, so I'm paying $25,000 a year in fees, and my boy never told me that. And then I said, well, what have you been making for me on my money? And he's like, we've kept up with the market. And I asked him what that means, and he's like 6% a year. You see why when I have clients that then buy a property and I'm like, it's a 6 cap, 7 cap deal, they're like, that's 300% better than what I was making net at Fidelity, because my cap rate is net of the management fees. That's the thing they don't tell you with annuities. They're like, it's a 5% guaranteed annuity minus the expenses. So it's really 2% on your money, but it's guaranteed. It's gravy. So think how happy our clients are that over the last 15 years they've been making, even if you had a bad year on the rental, maybe you had an eviction and so it's only 4 cap, you only made 4%, right? Still crushing Fidelity, right? And then it went up 5% a year, because then you were making 5% appreciation, 4% on the rents that year, but then the next year it's no eviction, back to normal. You made 7 cap, 8 cap, and then you made, our Indianapolis properties over the last 12 months are 18%. Just the appreciation was 18%. Think of the clients that bought from me 10 years ago that because rent rates have gone up are now making 15 cap on their rents, and then they made 18% last year on growth. So they're making 20% on their money combined when you add the appreciation and the rents. There's a rule called, we talked about yesterday, called the rule of 72. So let's go really conservative. Let's say you buy a house in Indy, you're making 5% from the rents, and you're making 5% from the appreciation. Really conservative. So you're making 10% a year. And you buy a house this weekend for $100,000. And you say, how long does it take to be worth, between rents and appreciation to where I've doubled my money? So maybe I have 100 in the account, plus it's grown and doubled in value. If you know you're making 10% a year, no matter how you're making it, whether it's rents, appreciation, or both, you divide that return into the number 72, and that tells you that it'll take 7.2 years to double your money. I had somebody say to me once, Aaron, these properties, 7 cap, 8 cap, that's not very sexy. I don't know. I'm not really excited about that. I'm like, active or passive? Because if you can make 10 cap passive, that's great. If you can make 15 cap passive, that's amazing. That goes back to what we talked about this morning. What's a good return? He's like, I don't know. I want to make 100% of a year on my money. I'm like, I know a great Ponzi scheme that we can get you in, because that's I had a family member who came to me when I was living in California and said, Aaron, there's this company. It's called Alternate Business Capital, and they're paying me 7% a month, compounded monthly. I said, wait a minute, so you put $100,000 in January, February 1, there's $107,000 in there? Yep. And then I get 7% on the $107,000 February 1. So there'll be like 115, 118. Yep. I put it in a spreadsheet. In 4 years, it'll be like almost $1 billion. I'm like, Ray, dude, come on, bro. You have an advanced degree. You're medical. You're an MD, dude. So you've heard of angel investing? Angel investing have a segment that they raise money in. It's called dumb dentists. Like the asset class is dumb dentists. They go to because they go to doctors who have bought like smoothie bars and lost all their money in Ponzi schemes, and they raise money at dumb. They call them dumb dentists. It's like literally an asset class. Poor guys. And what it really is you get a blind spot. You get some people in the medical community that are so bright that they got through medical school, and they're so bright in their discipline, but then no one ever taught them how to invest, because you sure as hell didn't learn it in high school. You sure as hell didn't learn it in college. Nobody's ever thought. How many of you have never even thought about this fee structure based on the gross, right? A lot of you. I can see it in your faces. You're like, ugh. I need to do more homework. Every month I see that look on people's face. Good. That's the job of a teacher. But 10% passive gets really sexy over time. Here's what fidelity looks like. Rule of 72. Put $100,000 in, make 2% a year. 36 years later, you got $200,000. Or they're making you 4%. Okay. $100,000, 18 years later, you got $200,000. Just make 10% on your money. $200,000 after 14 years, $400,000. After 21 years, $800,000. After 28 years, $1.6 million. After 35 years in the same time period with the same $100,000, $3.2 million. 10% is looking pretty damn sexy now. when you can make that kind of return? I had, 10 years ago, I had a man come to me, said, Aaron, I've worked for one of the big auto companies, and they just came to me and they told me that they are going to eliminate my pension. They're going to eliminate my pension. And I've worked for this company for over 20 years. And here's my problem. They gave me two choices. I can take an annuity, and I looked at that, and the annuity was only going to pay me $2,500 a month for life. I was supposed to get a $5,000 a month pension for life, and they said they would give me a lump sum. Guess how much it was? No, it was a lot more than that. $500,000. They're going to give me $500,000. Now here's my problem. $2,500 is a no, because I need $5,000. He's like, my wife and I, we bought a lake house, but we didn't get the expensive one. We bought the cheap lake house. Because we just said, if we're each going to get $1,200 Social Security, plus this $5,000 pension, we got $8,000 a month. If we build our whole life around $6,000 a month, then we're good for even medical. We'll have this beautiful retirement. He's like, I hated my job. I hated the assembly line. I hated everything about it, but I knew that I was just 25 years, and then you know, I'm 45, 50, and then I can live for 35 years off of that money and just fish and like go to my cabin and have a great life. And so I don't know anything about investing. I didn't have to. I just had to be disciplined and not have a lifestyle that was over $6,000 a month. So we didn't upgrade our house. We paid it off, and we couldn't help pay for all of our kids' college. We scrimped and saved. But now it's like these guys are stabbing me in the back, and they're telling me that my pension is ruining their stock price because I'm too expensive and we're all living too long. That wasn't my fault. They're breaking the contract. So here I am at your event here trying to see if I can take this lump sum and invest it into real estate. So I said, all right, let's do some math. Let's sit down and I said, look, I don't want to take all your money. Now, 10 years ago, I was selling a house for $60,000. That was a 10 cap. Don't you wish you would have been here 10 years ago? I had houses for 60 grand that were 10 caps. They weren't appreciating very well. They were only going up about 3% a year back then, but appreciation has driven up the price, right? I said, what if I give you 5 of those 60K houses and we just take 300,000 of your 500,000, and then you take the other 200,000 and you learn how to flip properties back home. But you just do one deal, you're slow. You start focusing on active income. And then the 300K with me can be like your backup pension. And he's like, all right, well, you know, how much are those houses bringing in? I said, those houses are all bringing in net about $500 a month. So I said, I'll sell you 5 of them for $300,000. So he's like, okay, but Aaron, $2,500 a month is not getting it done for me. He's like, let's just do 300. Let's do 500,000 worth. Let's just do 10. And I'm like, no, let's not do that. Let's not put all your eggs in one basket. How about that? Like, let's be smart. Let's do passive and active. Let's think about both buckets here. He's like, okay. But he's like, well, I said, look, you're young now. You're barely 45. I said, could you wait 15 years and I could show you what those numbers are going to look like? Because, sure, this is going to be bringing in $2,500 a month. So in month 1, you'll get $2,500 net. And he's like, I know, but after a year, I'm only going to have 30K in there. That's not enough to buy another house. He's like, it's going to take me 2 years to get another 60 grand. I say, yeah, but you're not buying that other house. Maybe you do buy that other house, but the 5 houses will buy their own friend. I said, let's just be conservative. He's like, well, what if I flip one of them? I said, let's not, that's gravy. Let's not look at that. He's like, what if they're appreciating? Let's not look at that either. Let's not plan on appreciation. He's like, what if I raise the rent? I said, that's great. I said, let's be conservative. Let's not assume any appreciation other than 3%, so inflation. Let's not assume you don't flip any of them, because that would be great. That could get you another house quicker. And let's not assume any rent raises for 15 years and see what that looks like. Let's be conservative. You put too many numbers in a model, it breaks down. He's like, okay. So he's like, all right, so in 2 years, I have a friend. I'm like, and how much do you have coming in a month? He's like, well, that's $3,000. That's getting me closer to my goal. And I say, all right, well, will it take 2 full years to get the next 60? He's like, no, obviously it'll only take 20 months because now it's compounding. So not 24 months later, 20 months later, number 7, and now you're getting 3,500. I think you tell me, if it takes you almost 4 years to get to 7 houses, 11 years later, how many houses will you have in there? Shout out some numbers. You tell me, 11 years later, how many houses? If it takes him 2 years to get, 10? What else? Anybody have a different number? Anybody have a different number? Yep, retirement account. Okay, who's like, I don't know. That's kind of tough math. I'd have to do it. Because, you know why? Because you don't think in terms of compounded growth. More than 30? All right, what about after 30 years? Anybody have an idea? So, just tell me your gut. 150? Anyone else? 200. Shit. All right. Wow. Anybody want to buy a lottery ticket? So I didn't do the math. That's your homework tonight. If you want to know, you do the math. I just showed you how to get the first 2 houses. You do the math. Clearly, you need this math. No, I did the math. I'm kidding. Yeah, but then I offset that by not assuming any appreciation, rent raises, or flips. Right? I took it uber conservative, because if you flip 1 house and you can and buy 2 more at a cheaper price because you're getting better at it and you start buying cheaper, right? So I said, oh, and by the way, tomorrow afternoon or anytime next week, I'm going to save this whole presentation with all my chicken scratches on it. Send me an email and I'll send you Dropbox links. You can have it. You don't have to take pictures, Danny. Just hit me up, bro. Oh, okay. but you can always record my event, and you can always take pictures. I don't care. You put a recording device right. Like some people are like, no recording. I'm like, I've had the SEC in my room. I've had the attorneys. Like, there's no secrets here. I wish I could get Fidelity sitting right there.
I want to be in that class.
Was that great? He saw that once. He saw a live stream of it. He texted, Aaron, I saw you draw those glasses on me at one of your presentations. And you made me look kind of dumb. I'm like, Rob, you have scoreboard. Like, when I used to play basketball out in the street, there's no score, there's no refs. Every team who loses bitches about it, and as they go walking off the course, they'd be like, whatever, scoreboard, get off the court, scoreboard, we won, you lost, scoreboard, right? I'm like, Rob, you have scoreboard on me, lifetime. You're almost worth $1 billion. Let me draw glasses on you. He called me up one time, he's like, Aaron, I work with 8 operators, and you're the only one that uses the F word at me. You're the only one. I said, Rob, I've never sworn at you. He's like, you use it all the time. It's kind of offensive. I'm like, you lived in New York. That's not a swear word. He's like, it's just, I'm like, Rob, I'm sorry, but you said we're partners. You keep saying that, bro. I thought we were partners. So now I have to filter? Like, you want me to approach the throne? Like, come on, man. I got a gun and a Bronco. Doesn't that unnerve you? Well, then you don't get the pure compounded growth on the rental income, because it's like, if you make $10,000 on rents and you're in the 40% tax bracket, then it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? Now, when you flip properties, you can do 1031 exchange to defer the gain, right? But look at, when I did the math for him, I'm like, look, man, after 15 years, very conservatively, you could have 23 homes in that IRA kicking out 11.5. He's like, dude, I could wait 15 years. And I said, remember, we didn't even take all your money, bro. We didn't take your money. I left you $200,000. You could be doing this same thing yourself, but get the homes for 40 up in Michigan. You could build your own portfolio, which is what he ended up doing, flips. Yes, it's even more conservative, right? Because couldn't he then do a flip with some of that cash? Well, he's waiting for it to accumulate and make a better return. Like, this is conservative. In 15 years, he should 50 houses. In 30 years, he should have 300. This is conservative. This is only let the rent sit there until there's enough for another house. You're not assuming flipping. You're not assuming rent raises. You're not assuming, maybe doing some day trading with the cash. None of that. That's all gravy. I like that's sexy without any bump. Everything else is a bump that makes it more sexy. And I can tell you that 10 years in, he's well past those numbers. He's way ahead of those numbers 10 years later. It was about a mind shift. I got him to focus on active real estate investing, learning how to do it himself, and then passively forgetting about it and letting it grow. And in the same time period, I've annihilated those numbers myself. Look at where I'm at 21 years in. Over 300 properties, kicking out over 100,000 a month passive. And I'll be at 500 properties 15 years from now. I have no doubt, because once you have the discipline for that, you have your little, Megan calls them my nerdy little rules. Like, can't have more than 5% of net worth for a house. Can't live off of more than 10% of our active income each month. Like, I have all these rules, but I love my rules. They make me feel safe. That my rules are good. They've worked for me. Now, my brother gives me shit, my smart brother. He's always like, dude, you are so conservative. You should be worth $500 million. I don't care. I'm good. I'm not brilliant like you. That's why you were worth $300 million and you're a year younger than me. I'm okay with that. I'm just cool with my path. I'm happy with my buckets. I'm happy with my 5Fs. I'm good. You got employees, I have a tribe. I had a billionaire partner in one of my private equity funds. He reviewed our books and our numbers at Alpine, and he's like, dude, your attrition rate is too low. I was like, what do you mean? There's no such thing. I love my employees. They're like my family. I love Tracy and Ellen, and I love teasing Tracy, and and Ellen even more, and I watched Ellen's babies be born, and I watched Ellen buy a yoga studio, and I bought. Hey, Buster, what's up, Buster? Hey, Buster. Buster, how old were you in 2004? 22. Got an earring, tongue ring. Oh yeah, you had one of those lip rings. You had a Prince Albert. An anal Prince Albert. Everyone's like, Prince Albert. He had frosted tips, hanging drywall, making big money, hot girlfriend, Carmen. Carmen and Buster, man. 2004, summer of 2004, very important meeting went down. What happened? Yep, grandma's house. Alpine Mastermind with my old man. Yeah, I do like shorts and flip-flops. How fat was my old man? One time I saw my dad eating, he had Slim Fast Shake and a box of donuts. I was like, Dad, what the hell are you doing? He's like, it cancels them out. It's like a diet shake. I'm like, Dad, you gotta snort Coke or something. That'll take your appetite away. Coke and cigarettes, Dad. You'll be skinny as a rail. Hey, cool story. 2 years ago, Buster was smoking 2 packs a day. Carmen was what, maybe a pack a day? When's the last time you had a cigarette, Buster? That deserves a round of applause. Man. I'm so proud of them. I watched them try to quit so many times, man. They hated those cigarettes, and their kids would like cry about it, dude, because they knew, mommy and daddy, 2 packs a day. It was, and they finally threw that monkey off their back. Now they're all chubby and healthy looking, rosy cheeks, and they put up on Facebook. They went on a juice diet. How was that juice diet, Buster? I could not. They told me last month they were going to do a juice. Now they're all healthy eating and exercise. They just like completely turned their fitness bucket around, and just cool. Like I've watched them go from like little thug drywall kid to how many guys you got working for you on construction now? Yeah. Didn't Buster do a nice job on this building? He did so good as Alpine Construction Man. I had budgeted over $1 million to build this. He did it for about $850,000. It appraised at $1.6 million. We gave him a $50,000 project bonus on this. So yeah, that's it. No, they didn't deserve anymore. What did you guys do with that money? You should have bought cigarettes. Like, has anybody seen the building next door? You got to go walk through that, because that was our first commercial building I ever bought. And it was all raw, just cinder block walls. And Buster's done a beautiful job on it. We got the new Alpine gym. Have you guys used it? Did you use it, Tim? It's nice, huh? Yeah. How many pull-ups can you do? Damn, I can't even do any. But I don't want high attrition. Like, why would high attrition be a good thing for a business? Why could it be too low, Danny? Why would attrition rate be considered too low by a billionaire? What else? Wages. The big thing is you're paying people too much, because when they stick around, you tend to pay them more and more, right? And hey, we do have some people that are making 25, 30, even 50% more than they could make with any lateral move, but I don't care, because you either stand by the fact that employees are your biggest asset, or you treat them like a commodity. There is no in between. They'll know whether you truly think that about them. Carmen, how many different jobs have you had? Because Carmen's very, very, very she can do a lot of different jobs, and so I'm always like, where do I need Carmen the most right now? So like right now, she handles all the turns. So when a tenant moves out, she manages the crews that go in and fix it up in between tenants. We call that a turn. Carmen manages that, and then Buster manages all the big jobs when we buy a new house, and then we do a full construction budget on it. And so, Carmen ran maintenance for a few years. She's done Board of Health. She was our best legal representative for years. Every time we we're in court for Board of Health issues, Carmen was great. She knew all the judges, okay? But watching their 16-year story, for me, is amazing. They're like living in the suburbs, and your kids are in activities, and It's a life that neither of them had growing up, that they've completely upgraded their lifestyle that they've given to their family and their kids, and they have a beautiful family to show for it. And to know that I was part of that. They did all the work, but, you know, I put the tools on the table. Those tools might have never been on the table. They may have. You know, you never know. But they still picked them up and used them and have made a better life. I think that's an amazing story. I mean, Ellen's the same way. Ellen runs all of our customer service. So those of you that are buying properties, Ellen, if you want to come up here real quick. Those of you that are buying properties, it doesn't matter if you get a Charlotte, a Kansas City, an Idaho, an Indianapolis. You only have one person that you need to talk to, and that's Ellen. How's it? You guys have been. How's it gone with Ellen?
Great.
She deserved to get paid.
Okay, yeah. Absolutely.
I met her daughter.
You did?
Yes.
I would love that. So, remember I said about alpha women running my. So, valedictorian. How old were you when you had a Roth? 16. She had a Roth IRA set up. Okay, valedictorian. Went to college. Married the coolest dude around. You know, when you marry a cool guy, he's in a band and coaches tennis at the country club. Like, she married cool guy, right? She was smart, amazing chick, and she married cool, hot guy. Is that an accurate description of your life? So, Ellen is like super mom, okay? Number one priority is her family. She's an amazing mom. She runs her kids, her husband, and her in-laws' lives, and her family's life. Like, she's a badass. She's accomplished. Then she taught yoga forever since I've met her. We've worked together since 9 years, right? And she's always taught yoga. And the owners of the yoga studio came to her 2 years ago and said, "Do you want to buy the studio from us?" And I was what, top 5 list of people you called? She called me up and she's like, "What do you think I should do? Should I buy the yoga studio?" And I'm like, oh. To get what you want, you have to help other people get what they want. What'd I say?
I was so scared. I was scared to say, oh yeah, oh no. And my friend was, no, absolutely.
You let them have a vote.
I did.
She gave me a vote because she knew it would affect me. And I had to. Like, you had, like, I've been scared for 10 years. Buster's gonna be like, "Hey dude, I'm gonna go out on my own, do my own construction." I'd be like, "Oh!" But you have to know that if they do decide to leave, that they'll leave it better. It's like the Boy Scout, leave the campsite better than you found it. I have found that if you truly let people do what they want to do, and you help them with that next step, and you're gracious and you support them, they never leave things bad. And so I don't want Ellen to ever leave. I don't want my best people to ever leave. But the door, I don't bind them with non-competes. I don't put NDAs on them. I don't lock them in on contracts. They could all go start another Alpine right down the street if they really wanted to. But as soon as you tie someone up with an NDA or a non-compete, what you're really saying is, you know, you're an important asset, and I don't want you to even think about hurting me. Which then it's like a prenup, right? Like guarantees divorce. And so Ellen runs all of the customer service. And so Megan and Becca will help you on the buy side. And then once you're our client, Ellen and her team, which is 3, you just have one point of contact. You say, "Hey, Ellen, can you let me know what's up with Charlotte and Casey and this and that?" Now, you'll meet Charlotte, you'll meet Casey, you can still contact them. You'll still have a portal for all 3 markets, but we want passive to be easy for you. We want there to be an easy button, and so she coordinates that. And I pay almost $200,000 a year just for customer service. Okay, that's how important it is to us that I happily pay that money for my clients to get a good experience. And Ellen's amazing. And not only that, but Ellen tracks your returns for you. So once a year, you want to get on the phone with Ellen and say, "Okay, how's it going?" And she'll say, "Well, your net cash flow is this, and your property, I think, is appreciating 8 to 10% in this neighborhood because of X, Y, and Z." And you want to have an annual review with her. Don't do it every month. We've been talking about that. Okay? Because you don't want to micromanage. But Ellen, we have some clients who are like, Ellen, I want to see every applicant's, that I want to review every applicant's screening to rent my house. Yeah, Ellen, I want to see every single invoice. Like, we'll give you that transparency. And we don't lock you in on a management agreement month to month. There's 100 other companies that would happily manage your property here in Indianapolis and in Kansas City and in Charlotte. We don't lock you in. We don't make you let us sell it. If you want to sell it, you don't have to use Alpine Realty. I'm happy to let you. I don't care. Everything is a la carte. I don't try to monopolize the relationship. I don't make a lot of money from Alpine Property Management or Alpine Construction or Alpine Realty. The only thing I won't do is take on somebody else's properties. Not worth it. If I don't make that $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 from selling you the deal, I don't care about a couple $100 from managing it. Every month somebody says, hey, if I go buy another one to bring, not doing it. I don't know what the construction was. I don't know what the tenant is. You know, I'm not interested in it. Is that fair? Because I'm completely candid about where I make money and where I don't. Alpine's been great for me because it pays my bills. It built this office building. Well, I've never taken a salary from Alpine, any of them. I don't see it as a profit center. I see it as a necessary back-end business that I need and that you need to want passive properties. But I want you to buy more deals from me. I want you to refer other people to buy more deals. And now we have this amazing business where we don't have to list them on MLS. We don't have to put them on a website. And now we only will sell properties through Infinity. If you're not real estate pro, going forward, we're not going to let people even buy properties unless they're Infinity Real Estate Pro. That's how much interest we have in our properties. Because every year, we have 1,000 people that we've sold properties to. They're already buying 200 to 300 of them a year from us. And so all the rest of them, there's more than enough interest in Infinity. I mean, we had a live stream with Toby last week. We had 2,000 people register for it. Right, Nicole? And yeah. See? Whoa! She was on last week. Talk about say yes and figure it out. Deserves a round of applause, dude. That's like badass. She's like, I'm coming next week. So the first time you heard me was last Saturday? I love you. That's so cool. Ah, damn it. See all these women. I just do what they tell me. You watch when I'm downstairs. There's like, I went down there. Aaron, eat that. Okay. I didn't have a choice of whether I had chicken pad thai Joe. You believe that shit? They didn't even say, what do you want? Aaron, eat that. Aaron, go play the piano now. Okay. Do you see? Do you see? They didn't ask me what I wanted to drink. They just gave it to me last night. It was probably roofies. I probably slept on the floor here. Ellen, when do I log into my portfolio? Never. I don't even know how. I don't even know what my login is. Ellen does it. And then Ellen and my bookkeeper figure it out. Yep. No. You guys are here. You're lucky. You're going forward. By the end of this year, we're not letting anybody come unless they're Infinity. I got too many. No, yeah, or real estate pro. They have to at least be real estate pro for $2,500. Yeah, we're not letting people come to the same. I can't get enough deals. There's too many people. As soon as I started working with Anderson, it was like, here, take a drink of water from the water. You know, Anderson did like 9,000 tax returns last year. They got tens of thousands of clients that, you know, they are the biggest and best asset protection company around. And so when they said, Aaron, we'd love to partner with you, you know, they've been working with me forever. They know we do good deals. They know we know our real estate. Then I was like, yes, like, when can I sign? They sent me like a 78-page agreement. I'm not sure what's in it. Actually, it was so great. Is Michael in there? Mike, tell Michael to come out here real quick. So, Michael, I just want your affirmation. It went down like this. So, I get this 78-page contract from the Infinity partners. Say, all right, Aaron, if you want to be our partner, you got to sign this. Now, I know I trust Michael. I know you shouldn't do that, but I trust Michael. He's a man of his word. He's integrity. And I'm sorry, sometimes you just have to trust. I literally said to Michael, I called him. I'm like, hey, bro, you don't have to answer this question, but is there any bullshit clauses in that contract? Yeah. Because then he had like 3 glasses of wine. He's like, I told you no. And I was like, okay, I'm signing it. I don't even care. And I just signed it.
Oh, our permanent house. We're doing actually, you guys do conversations. Are they cool by the Christmas job?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a reason for that.
I know, that's true. Michael showed up. He's like, hey, give me a couple houses. And I was like, okay. And I picked him out. And then he just bought them. And yeah.
Make sure you get the The only thing I ask, if they don't bring that, you're going to hear what I'm talking about. There's a lobby building. I want to see this money.
There are. This is Singaporean. And we're back. You see how I did that? I looped it. But
There's a level of trust.
you have to, right? No, I may have screwed up on that, but your biggest strengths are your biggest weaknesses. And the only people that have ever stolen from me, they've never stolen my clients' money. They've never stolen rents. They've never stolen security deposits. They don't steal your money. Guess who they steal from? Me. Because my blind spot is always the people closest to me. The bookkeeper that stole from me, I gave her away at her wedding. She asked me to give her away as her father. I was their next of kin in her trust for her only daughter. And she only stole my money. Yeah, I like the betrayal. And then the other person that stole from me was a family member. So, yeah, my brother. Yeah. So, no, I can't. Yeah. I would say almost any property, whether it's Kansas City, Charlotte, Indy, is between 90 to 95 cents on the dollar based on residential comps. So we put all the comps in there for you. We give you comps with every deal. So as you no, a little bit under, 95%. So a $100,000 house, we're selling it for 95. If we're selling it for 110, it would probably appraise at 115 to 120. Yeah. So what I would say is if you were doing your own rentals, then you would want to be at like 80 cents on the dollar, because if you're doing your own rentals, it's your active, you better be getting better than a 10 cap just off the rents, right? If it's passive and I'm doing it, well, you're going to be less meat on the bone initially with equity and a lower cap rate, but it's passive. So to get a double-digit passive is like the holy grail. Because imagine if you would have been making 10 to 15% passive for the last 25 years, how much more money you would have. That's who we're good for. Now, if that's not a sexy return from you, don't buy properties from me. Right? It's very simple. I just try to be then maybe you're better off on the education side, learning how we're actively making money in real estate. Let us teach you how to do modular homes. Let us teach you how to do Airbnbs. Let us teach you how to do wholesaling and marketing. We don't care what you do, whether you buy properties or not, but going forward, we're not letting anybody come here who's not like in the tribe for that reason. Because we want people to have paid a price to have access to the deals, because when all good funds know how to close out, that's really what we're doing. We're closing it out. It's not just going to be open. We're not paying for hotel rooms anymore. We're not going to do that. Because we don't have to sell the deals. 10 years ago, we had to. But we don't have to now. So, because now we got this track record of properties. And so, it becomes a thing. And so, we're glad that you're here and you got your foot in the door and you can keep buying from us. And then after you buy, Ellen becomes your point of contact, and she and her team will it's your easy button. And there's 15 different Ellens that run this whole operation in different companies, whether it's the Carmen, like we discriminate against men in this company. I'm glad that you say it's your name, because your name is Buster. I'm glad that you hey, what's your sister call you? Stop lying. Don't tell lies. Where's Carmen? Hey, what do all my brothers and sisters call you? No, they don't. Nice. You're lucky it's not Sunday, dude. Such a liar. What do you call him?
I do call him Robert a lot.
Oh my, you're dead to me. Of course he got his wife too. She sleeps with him. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't want to know. So it's been interesting because Ellen now, number one is her family, number two is her business, which is they survived COVID. They deserve a round of applause for that. Like they're still going strong, right? Yoga's to you. And number three is Alpine. And I'm cool being her number three option. I'm great with that. That's fine. Okay? But I point that out because I want you to really get a sense for who we are and what we're about, good and bad, without any trying to pretend to be something that we aren't. It's a very informal culture. We're a very personal culture. Some people don't like that. Some people you prefer that. But for better or for worse, our company is an extension of how I am, and I'm a very informal guy, obviously. So we're gonna, Buster, what we're gonna go see a flip. So we're gonna go to multifamily apartments, the one that's half full. We're gonna go to a flip, and then we're gonna go to a rental, just a regular rental. Because if you see one rental here, you've seen all rentals. Because we're running the same standards in Kansas City, Idaho. Light fixtures, flooring, cabinetry, trim, what we think rental grade is. So we're going to go see, and then does the rental have a property next door that we're working on? Can we get into that one too? So everybody sign an imaginary waiver of walking through a construction site. Okay, you're good. And then we have two buses. Get on either bus, it doesn't matter. Are the buses going to take them back to the hotel? So the bus will go back to the hotel and then bring you guys back. Tonight's agenda, you got Charles you can meet with. You have Ellen who will be here. Hillary who's on the customer service team. Megan and Becca are doing appointments for those of you that want to look at properties. Nicole will be here for those of you that have questions about the classes and the education. So tonight will run basically like last night did. Feel free to leave stuff here if you would like to. Nobody will touch it. But keeping in mind that we're going back to the hotel,